town. It all seems to be going smoothly until Gerald's old life came back to haunt him. The ex-mobster took up a job at a local ranch and part-time at a lumber mill to help pitch in. Gerald liked to keep busy to keep his mind from past sins, but you reap what you sow. His past eventually came to find him. You might think it was a dark and stormy night, but it was a very sunny and warm afternoon. Gerald arrived home, the home he shared with that old widowed preacher, to find his life turned upside down. The screen door hung, torn from its hinges. Droplets of blood and scuff marks made a trail to the couch where the old man lay dying. Gerald dropped his lunch bag and hard hat and ran towards the elder. "What happened?" "Who?" he asked, fighting back anger and tears. Large claw marks ran down the preacher's chest, the very same scars Gerald sported, and he knew. He knew that Don, that blood-sucking scum, sent his pack of wolves. Somehow, he found out Gerald was still alive, and sent a message. The devil was back and with a vengeance. Gerald tried his best to put things behind him, but some things you couldn't, and some things needed to be put to rest. When Gerald first realized what Don really was, he figured it was a figure of speech, but it wasn't. The mob boss was an actual vampire. An evil creature that helped an even greater one hurt people and kids. Gerald had heard rumors of Don moving down south and setting up shop with Raum's new branch in his cult. Raum was the one who controlled half the state now, and Don trailed along for the ride. Don had sent the pack of Fleabag werewolves to kill Gerald the first time, and now they were sent again to finish him. But instead of killing Gerald, the old preacher received the punishment. The old man held Gerald's hand, and Gerald could tell he didn't have much time left. "For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against powers of darkness. Gerald, look after my flock, see that no wolves harm the sheep of God." The old man coughed up blood and used his other hand to point. Gerald followed the preacher's finger with his eyes to the keyring. "That opens the storm shelter, there you will find everything you need. The keys are in my pockets, they are from my office. There you will find everything you need for the church. Forgive the humans, kill the devils." And with that the old man passed. A few hot tears fell from Gerald's and splashed on the old wooden floor. He wiped them away and off his well-trimmed beard as he did as he was told. The dying wish of a friend, a pastor, and a mentor. A mentor he should have had instead of wasting his years with the vampire. Everywhere he went, Gerald seemed to bring death to the innocent. This old man saved him, clothed him and fed him. The preacher brought him from the muck of sin, and pointed him to God for salvation. Now it was time for Gerald to step up and fill the big shoes of this great man of God. The pastor told Gerald to look in the storm shelter. In the shelter were old books filled with ways to kill the supernatural. Weapons hung along the wall, well maintained and ready for action. The pastor not only came against evil in his pulpit, but he hunted the creatures of Satan's army. The pastor told him about it a few times, but like before, Gerald thought of it as just a play on words. Even though he was almost killed by 7-foot beasts, he still could not accept the fact the supernatural was real. The pastor knew eventually Gerald would come around and find the stuff in the storm shelter. The pastor had begun a book for the man in case something ever happened to him, and Gerald would need to pick up where the pastor had failed. It would be a book and place where Gerald could learn more about the creatures that attacked them. He made Gerald promise to look after his church, his saints, and his legacy before passing away. Gerald agreed. It was the least he could do. He took on the responsibility of the pastor by pastoring his church along with his other actives. It was a giant leap into the deep end of the pool. Gerald stayed in the storm shelter countless hours studying and reading up on the thing the pastor wrote about. The pastor knew the tracking and killing of these creatures would come naturally. That part of the job would be easy for Gerald given his past, but the pastoring of a church part not so much. Gerald did his best. He would fulfill his word he gave to the pastor who guided him into the right direction. He would help the sinners find salvation in Jesus, along with tracking down and disposing the creatures that preyed upon the small town. Present day, Gerald's straight black hair was slick back and sat just above his suit coat. He had kept his well-trimmed beard and hair the same, and this often made him stand out. Most could not believe he was a pastor, but the ex-mobster did his best to preach the truth and to help others. He stood behind the pulpit of the small country church and spoke to the congregation. For all have sinned, and come short of the glory of God, being justified freely by his grace through the redemption that is in Christ Jesus, whom God hath set forth to be a propitiation through faith in his blood, to declare his righteousness for the remission of sins that are past, through the forbearance of God, to declare, I say, at this time his righteousness, that he might be just and the justifier of him which believeth in Jesus. Where is boasting then? It is excluded. By what law? Of works? Nay, but by the law of faith. Therefore, we conclude that a man is justified by faith without the deeds of the law. Is he the God of the Jews only? Is he not also of the Gentiles? Yes, of the Gentiles also. Seeing it is one God, which shall justify the circumcision by faith, and the uncircumcision through faith. Do we then make void the law through faith? God forbid, yea, we establish the law. Romans -3:23-31. KJV, for we are saved by grace, not by works, so no one can boast. Yes, it is good to help others and be there for people. It is good to give to charities and help the poor, but we are not saved by it. God in the form of Jesus shed his blood for us. We are only saved through him. Some people like to think they can do what they want, live like they want, act like they want, do whatever. But God has rules. God created the world and everything in it, and his rules are found in this book. If I break the law in town, will I not get a ticket or even be arrested? I cannot do whatever I want in town. Men have set rules, and so did God. It doesn't matter what my opinion on those rules are, what matters is if I follow them. God made the rules, so who am I to question them? Gerald pauses and glances around the church at the small attendants. He then took a deep breath in to settle his nerves. He knew what he wanted to say and the right words, but public speaking was not his best. We all know what we must do to be saved. Acts 2:38, John 3:5. Like Christ we must be buried to sin, we need to repent, asking for forgiveness of our sin and turning away from it. Baptism in his name. Being buried like he was. Not a sprinkle, we don't sprinkle dirt on bodies. They are submerged. We also must be submerged all the way under the water in Jesus' name. Then, resurrected, we must receive his Holy Spirit inside of us. He will come and live here, in our bodies, and change us. He will not force himself on you. You must choose to want him. You either choose God or the devil. There is no neutral ground. We all have sinned and fallen short. He closed the book and bowed his head. This was so true. Gerald knew this most of all. All the things he did in his life was enough to convict him 100 times over. The stealing, lying, murders, beatings, and the addiction to the bottle, all were enough to condemn him. As he laid dying, betrayed by the very masters he served, someone came to his aid. An old-time preacher scooped the dying mobsters up and carried him to his church. Not only did the old man treat his wounds, but he also showed him the one who could not only save his life but his soul. When he was finished preaching, Gerald dismissed his congregation and made his way down off the platform. From amongst the small crowd that was exciting, a woman approached him with bloodshot eyes. "Pastor Russo, may I speak with you?" The female spoke between sniffles. "Of course, follow me to my office." He gave her a warm smile and escorted her to his office. Chapter 17. The preacher closed his Bible and notebook before sliding them into the drawer beside him. The woman in front of him finally stopped crying. Her mascara and foundation leaked down her cheeks as Gerald grabbed a few more tissues and handed them to her. "Thank you again, preacher. I just have no one else to talk to. The cops don't believe me, or he pays them not to, and I didn't know what else to do." She took the tissue and wiped her eyes. "I am glad you came to me, Mrs. Harrison. I know you are going through abuse both mentally and physically, but never forget God loves you and you keep praying. I promise He will help you out of your situation. Keep living for God and He will bless you, dear." Gerald knew all this was correct. His own life and near death were in shambles before God helped him. Gerald also knew the deadbeat who was beating her, so later that day he was going to pay him a visit. "Don't worry, stand still, and the Lord will fight for you." Gerald spoke softly, knowing well the Lord was going to lead him that way to talk some sense into the man. Gerald helped those who couldn't help themselves, a little preacher vigilante you could say. He knew sometimes he shouldn't and just let God handle them, but sometimes Gerald knew how these people operated. They were untouchable until death. Not to mention the fact her husband was working for Dawn. He had been keeping tabs of the operations of the vampire ever since he sent his dogs to kill his pastor. Of course, Gerald preached and took out the supernatural creatures that came to town from time to time, but he also kept track of Dawn. The woman rose from the seat and thanked the preacher again before leaving his office. Gerald waited till she was gone before pulling out his phone. He still had some old contacts that he asked for information from, so Gerald called one of them up. "Hey Casey, Gerald. Where is good old Harrison during this time?" he asked as he rose from his office chair and walked to the small closet. He opened the door and took a hold of his suit jacket as Casey explained everything. "So, he usually eats at that diner, huh?" Gerald made sure he heard him correctly before reaching in the wooden box on the shelf. Opening the dark polished wood revealed 2 large handguns. He inspected them before loading them up and sticking them into his jacket. He most likely wasn't going to kill the man, just scare the heck out of him. He knew everyone deserves forgiveness, heck he didn't think he did, but God can forgive, and he knew people needed to as well. It was just he needed to push the man in the right direction. "Thank you, Casey, and say hello to your mother for me." He hung up his cell and placed it in his suit pocket. He then clipped his guns in his specially made holster inside the suit coat before heading out his office. It didn't take long for Gerald to make his way to the diner and find Mr. Harrison making his way inside. Gerald waited till the goon was seated. He waited for the waitress to leave before sliding in the booth beside him. "Hello, Harrison." His words were stale and in a low tone. Gerald's glare could peel paint, but his sort of business he was used to. While restraining himself from killing Jimmy Harrison right there, well, God was working on him with that. Gerald watched Jimmy try to talk his way out of it. He knew Gerald when he used to be in the business, so the man knew Gerald didn't play around. Jimmy's hands and voice were shaking as he finally stopped talking. "You know, Jimmy, hitting women is a low-life thing. She came to me saying you not only hit her, but threatened her life if she left. You are not a man but a coward." Gerald's hands moved from his lap to the table. Jimmy jumped, thinking Gerald was going to do something, but settled when he saw the preacher's hands empty. "What are you going to do?" Jimmy asked as he watched Gerald staring him down. Gerald sat motionless across from him and began to think. Really, he wasn't sure what he was going to do, but it would be something. "I'm not sure yet," but before Gerald could finish his sentence, a bullet ripped through the man's skull. The man's body slumped, and Gerald quickly rose from his seat and looked around to see where the bullet came from. People began to scream and panic, while Gerald calmly looked for the killer. Gerald finally noticed the direction from where the bullet traveled. "Seems like you have more enemies than I thought, Jimbo." He spoke to the dead man as he made his way out the cafe. Gerald needed to make sure that Jimmy was the only target and not these other people. As he ran out, Gerald caught a glimpse of the sniper, and the preacher did his best to tail him. The sniper led the preacher on a half-hour chase across streets and through alleys. The chase soon ended as the man slipped into a large church. Gerald paused and glanced up at the massive stone walls. He sighed deeply and ran his fingers through his hair, pushing it out of his face. "Here we go," he muttered to himself as he extended a hand to push open the large wooden doors. Gerald walked through the almost empty church. It was grand in size and nothing like his small wooden one back home. Normally he would never disrespect the house of God, but this wasn't his house. The symbols on the door gave everything away. This was one of Raum's churches. The church was one of the many fronts for the cult to launder money, drugs, and people. Gerald had seen it all when he was employed with Don, and now they were moving into Austin. Soon, no doubt, they would overrun this city like they did in Chicago. Then, before long, Gerald's little town a few minutes away would become trashed along with Austin. This false church was one of the many throughout the city. Walking in slowly, his eyes scanned the building. The priest was in the front, but he was a false prophet. A literal demon in priest clothing. Normal humans couldn't tell unless they really listened to his messages, but Gerald knew the signs as well as the knowledge of the supernatural. Thanks to the books his pastor left him, as well as the many missions he did taking down these beings, he learned over time how to tell the difference in the supernatural and human. He had no remorse killing this demon. It only gave other men of God a bad name. Embezzlement, false teaching, trafficking, those were just the surface of the suffering this thing caused. Gerald paused and watched the priest turn to face him. Right away the thing knew Gerald was a true man of God, a warrior sent to not only slay him, but take out the operations. The inhuman screech rang out from the jaded teeth of the thing, as its human form slowly melted to show a disfigured creature. Gerald spoke a short prayer before he removed his gun and began to fire upon it. The demon was fast, almost too fast for the human eyes. Most would have been afraid, but Gerald not only had a history of being in a situation kinda like this, but knew he had God on his side. Bullets ricocheted off the concrete as the demon climbed up a column. It leaped wildly at Gerald, but the preacher took a dive to try and avoid it. Gerald was caught by one of the claws of the creature. It clipped his shoulder, causing a large gash. Gerald's adrenaline was so high he didn't even feel it or notice it. The thing landed on a pew and ripped the garments from its body. Its long gnarly claws dug into the wooden pew, making it splinter a bit. Gerald quickly reloaded his guns and began firing. The demon leapt from pew to pew and landed on Gerald, knocking them both to the floor. The only thing between its snapping jaws of foul rotten teeth and Gerald's face was the gun he shoved in its mouth. The creature had it sideways in its mouth as it chomped and clawed at Gerald's side. It tore at his suit as its claws caught his side. A grunt of pain echoed from Gerald as he tried to hold the thing off with one hand, as his other tried to reach the large knife strapped to his other side. Sweetened blood made Gerald's hair stick to his face, making it even harder to see, let alone the thing that tore at him. Finally, the preacher grabbed the knife and thrusted it up and into the demon's chest. It reared up and screeched in pain. This allowed Gerald to get his gun free. Still on his back, Gerald raises his gun, aims, and blows the thing's head off. Black blood and bone exploded out the demon's head as it fell backwards dead. Gerald took a deep breath, but it was only met with piercing pain. He let out a short yell and gripped his side. Warm blood oozed from his wounds. Gerald laid his head back down on the wooden floor as he tried to breathe and stop the bleeding. As he was fighting himself not to lose consciousness, a familiar voice rang out. Gerald, the vampire Don, spoke with a growl. "You should have never left me, Jerry. I could understand that little love and forgave you for that, but coming at me for what I am and what I do. The hypocrisy. You should have stayed with me. But no. You tried to kill me. It not only messed up your good name and your status, and our bond." The vampire walked closer as Gerald kept his eyes on the ceiling, fighting back pain. "Now look at what has been done. You bleed out on the floor like your victims." Irony. The vampire squatted down beside Gerald and mocked him. The preacher's eyes finally glanced over toward the vampire with malice. "How many times do we have to come back to finish you? You just won't die, will you? Unlike that old man." The vampire glared at the others that stood around. Men, wolves and a few other younger vampires. His minions kept failing to take Gerald out, so Don was sent personally for the job. "You won't die, will you? For a human you are pretty hard to kill." Don sighed. Gerald sat up from the floor. He glanced up at the vampire, motionless. Rage and grief consumed him as the vampire spoke. His old life just wouldn't die, no matter how far he ran. He tried to take out the pack of wolves over these few months, but the alpha kept escaping. "Some of my men saw you around, fighting and killing. Are you back? Back to work for me or die like these mortals?" he asked. Gerald couldn't understand. After all this, why would he ask such a dumb question? Did he really think Gerald would come back and work for him? Of course not. Gerald may have been human, but he was focused, committed and unyielding. Something Don feared even for being an immortal. "Yeah, I'm back, but not in the way you want. I'm back to kill all your men, your minions, your master, but especially you slowly." Gerald screamed as he tried to get up from the floor. The two males beside him forced Gerald down as Don grew angry. The fangs and hideous face formed as the Don yelled back. "Stupid human. Waste of meat and talent," he yelled as he went to bite him. His teeth struck his neck, but his lips burned on contact. Don drew back in shock and pain as the blood burned him. You see, I have a new master now, and his powers are greater than yours. With strength from God, Gerald pushed the men off him and stood up. It is called being anointed by God. He yelled as he kicked the legs of one man, making them buckle. He went to stab Don in the heart, but one of the other vampires sacrificed themselves. The wood sank deep, causing the thing to fall to the ground screaming. Don saw his chance and ran for it towards the door, as his men began attacking Gerald. Gerald fought with almost superhuman-like strength as he tore through the ranks of the men, vampires and wolves. He used the rest of his bullets for the two wolves before they could transform, and the empty gun he threw with all his strength at a running vampire. The vampire skidded to the floor, and Gerald used his knife to finish him. Gerald glanced around and noticed Don had escaped during the tussle. He was such a coward. Gerald stumbled onto a pew as he tried to collect himself. This strength was new, and he knew God was looking out for him. The pain, anger and overwhelming emotions had the preacher weeping. Gerald tried his best to not go back to his old ways and start anew. He tried his best to help the people of this town, but he only ended up killing. Get up. A voice rang out. Gerald looked up to see a glowing figure in front of him. The glow reduced to show a dark-haired, bronze-skinned male in unknown armor. Do not fear, I am Gabriel and I am here to give you a message. You are to be used by God. Your gifts are given to help aid in the breaking down of strongholds, of taking out the enemies and helping the innocent. The angel held out his hand to Gerald with a warm smile. Gerald took his hand and the angel helped him up. You are to help Joseph Antonello and Michael Bryce in taking down Don and most importantly Raum. You know as much as anyone the horrors that demon is causing. The angel explains. Gerald shook his head as he ran his fingers through his black hair, getting it out of his face. How will I find these men? Gerald asked. They will find you. Go to your church. Set up someone to watch it for you and join the agent and the judge. Gabriel explains. Gerald looked up to reply, but the angel had gone. The preacher limped out of the church and made his way quickly back to his vehicle. Gerald was finally going to take down Don and his people. The preacher was going to get the justice not only he deserved, but justice for his pastor. Chapter 18. The agent finally tracked down the location of Gerald Russo. The church where the man pastored was 20 miles from Austin, so a quick drive would get the two of them out there in no time. Michael just said a quick prayer before they headed out the door. He knew they might run into some danger, since the enemy was hunting the pastor as well. The judge and the agent both hoped the pastor was still alive when they got to the church. If Raum and his crew was after him, it was only a matter of time before he would be in danger. The last two times the pair went out they were either jumped or were thrown into chaos. This time they were prepared for anything. Leaving early, the judge and the agent drove down the highway towards their destination. Billie said she really enjoyed you two's talk, and she said something about you training us. Joseph lifted a brow as he glanced at the passenger side of the car where Michael sat. Yes. I also intend on making you two special weapons to aid in our mission. Michael thumbed through his phone as he replied to Joe. Just no sword for me, okay? I don't think I could learn how to swing one quickly. Maybe stay towards a gun like I know. Joe asked. I was thinking the same. Michael smiled as he thumbed through his phone. He had several emails from the crowd asking about the mission. He sent them the reports he had been typing as a reply. I hope you don't get too friendly with Billie, Joe added. The protective big brother in him showed. Michael looked up from his phone and over towards Joe, cracking a smile. Don't worry, Joe, I promised myself to never get involved with anyone again. The judge went back to his phone. Why? Wandering judges can't marry, or a broken heart on the battlefield. Judges and wandering judges can marry. It is just a strain on the relationship. And no battle-torn lose. The only woman I ever loved and had married passed away due to cancer not that long ago. Michael explains. Oh, sorry to hear that. Joe felt kinda bad for opening his big mouth up. It's okay. I am doing my best to heal from it. I just pray it doesn't affect my job. Michael frowns a bit. I think you are doing great. You have been teaching me a lot of things I wasn't fully aware of yet. And I look forward to weapons. A big grin spread across his face. And you? No lady loves the agent man? Michael asked Joseph. No, I never have time. Joe shrugged. You need to make time, can't always work. It will drive you crazy, believe me. You need someone or something to take your mind off this sometimes. Michael explained. He knew he was preaching to himself as well. He needs to find himself a hobby. A sort of stress reliever. Well, maybe after this we can go fishing or something. Joe cracked a smile. Possibly. I was thinking about asking if I could set up shop here permanently. To help the Austin judge and this part of the agency. When and if you get more help, you will need me to help train them. That is true, I am still learning myself. Joe admitted. So, it looks like you are stuck with me for a while. Mike chuckled. Meh, you're not a bad guy. Believe me, I have worked with a bunch of people who thought they were high and mighty, and treated others like lesser people, but you are different. You are an actual help. You are a team-oriented person. You are not arrogant and quick to give aid knowledge, and we make a great team. Joe explained. I never understood some people. Knowledge was meant to be passed and given to make others stronger. Why hoard it and try to be better than others? You can't take it with you when you die. If someone could take it and become better than me, then good for them. Some people and their power struggle are real. It happens to some judges as well. I'm just blessed to have a wonderful father and great mentor judge. Others don't. Just like normal people, us judges have our hang-ups also. No one or nothing is perfect. Michael chuckled. So, when do we get our club jackets? Mike joked. Oh, I was thinking more of rings. Joe joked. The men laughed as they drove towards the church. Both exchanging stories and knowledge they knew. They both understood they needed to work together and become partners. Partners who were close. Partners who would do anything for each other, even die for each other. The brotherly type bond was growing between the two. At the church, Gerald was still beat up from his run-in with Don and his minions. His secretary was bandaging his wounds. She was an older lady in her late 60s. She always treated Gerald with respect as a pastor, and love like a son. Her own children didn't want anything to do with her. They were out in Vegas living the fast life. Thank you, Sister Millie. Gerard offered a rare smile to the older black woman. Millie returned the smile. Oh honey, of course. You and the late Pastor Harold, bless his soul, always ended up like this at one point. I am just glad I am here to help you like I did him. You need to be more careful, you out there alone trying to take them on those unholy things. It isn't smart going in like that. She shook her head. Honey, one day you are going to need help. You can't keep fighting this alone. She finished bandaging him up and walked toward the bathroom that related to his office. Often Millie or Amelie would have scolded him for getting into a scuffle with no help, but she knew he was hurting. Millie knew about the elder pastor Harold's mission. She had walked in on him one day like she did Gerald. She agreed to help Gerald like she helped his predecessor. She knew they both had a calling, and hers was to help them. Even though she was an elderly woman, she could make sure they were fed, bandaged up, and they had someone to talk to release some burdens they might have had. Gerald was grateful for the older woman. When he lost James Harold, the pastor who helped him and mentor him, he was close to receding back into a dark place. Sister Amelie, or Millie as she was called, was there to take care of him like a mother. She made sure Gerald was fed, cleaned up, and taking good care of himself physically and spiritually. The older woman had a lifetime of lessons and love to give. She was a blessing to Gerald, and he thanks God every day for sweet Sister Millie. I'm going to put a pot of chili in the church kitchen for you, Pastor. You need to eat and regain your strength. She smiled warmly through the doorway. Gerald looked up from the couch he sat on and towards her. Thank you, sister. He sat back and closed his eyes. His body was so sore and bruised. It was only because of the angel did he make it out alive. The pastor needed to rethink his approach on taking Don down. He spoke of 2 other men that he was to help, but how was he to find them, and did they know about the supernatural? Also, he needed to find someone to take over his church while he dealt with this. He promised Pastor Harold he would not let his church become unattended or shut down. He always put the church first, but this problem was a danger to the church. If Don knew where he was, it was only a matter of time before he would take his fury out on these poor innocent people, and burn the church to the ground. Gerald needed to put this enemy giant to death, and quickly. Joseph pulled up in front of the old church. It was nestled in front of a small group of hills that stretched for miles. A few houses sprouted in the distance, but it was mostly untouched land for miles. The church itself was rather small. The white paint on the outside was starting to chip from the wood, but other than that it was a well-kept building and land. There was a house a few yards behind the church, probably the pastor's or caretaker's home. A beat-up truck was in the driveway, and a huge old car was parked on the side of the church, so more than likely someone was there. Joe turned the car off and unbuckled his seat belt. Michael unbuckled his and opened the car door. The 2 stood in front of the church and gave it a look over. They also looked at the surroundings before glancing at each other. Let's try not to get jumped again. Joe snickered as both made their way towards the front door of the church. Joe reached out and gripped the handle. He glanced towards Mike, who was beside him, as he paused. He was making sure the judge was ready for anything before they entered. So far it was a very bumpy ride for the 2, and they did not want any more surprises. Joe turned the knob and let the door open slowly. He placed his hand on his gun as the door opened, ready for anything. Mike gripped the handle of his sword that was strapped to the compartment in his jacket. The building was empty, and the only light that showed was from the windows that ran along both sides of the building. There was a door at the end of the building on the side of the platform. The light was on, and they guessed there was a back part of the church. The 2 entered slowly and glanced around the place. It was mostly wooden, with wooden walls and floors, but the platform had carpet, and the pews were padded. It was small, only a couple hundred people could fit in the place at max. The agent walked a couple steps in the front of the judge as they made their way down the middle aisle. It was quiet and a peaceful place, but they would not let their guard down. When they made it to the back, they paused at the door. Listening carefully, Mike could hear a voice singing. Someone was there, but it didn't seem like a threat, so the judge decided to knock on the door. Joe lifted a brow but would follow the judge's lead. The singing stopped and footsteps could be heard coming towards the door. The two held their breath and waited, watching the door. The knob turned and the door opened. A little old lady with Coke bottle glasses stood holding the door. Her white fuzzy hair stuck out against her dark skin. A large smile formed when she saw the two men standing there. She knew they were there to help. Praise the Lord. Thank you, Jesus, for answering my prayers. She held up her arms and then gently grabbed a hold of Michael's arm, patting it. Come on in, the chili is almost done. She led Michael in, and Joe followed behind him with a puzzled look. Michael just smiled sweetly and went along with the woman. Ma'am, I'm Agent Antonello from the FBI, and this is Michael. We are here too, but Joe was cut off. Yes, you are here to see and help Pastor Russo. The Lord showed me you two in a dream. I have been waiting on you too. The old lad wrapped her arm around Mike as they walked through the small hallway. On each side was small classrooms and up ahead was a small dining area and kitchen. Pastor, he had a bad day yesterday. She shook her head. But you two are here now. You can help him fight these creatures. She continued. Ma'am, Michael went to speak, but the old woman stopped him. Sister Millie, call me Millie or Gigi. She interrupted. Gigi, he smiles a bit with a childlike grin. Is the pastor here? He asked. Yes, he is in his office. The office is on the left. I'll go get him for you, but let me fix you both a bowl and get you a drink. She showed a small table in the dining area, and they sat down without a word. Millie patted Mike's shoulder as he sat, then Joe's shoulder, who sat beside him, before making her way to the small kitchen. Joe raised a brow as he watched her, and Mike tried his best not to laugh at Joe's expressions. Okay, I definitely wasn't expecting that. Unless she is going to grow teeth and bat wings. Joe still had his guard up. Michael chuckled and shook his head. Calm down, Joe. She is just a sweet old lady wanting to help. She is a godly woman, I can tell. Michael sat back in the metal chair and waited. Millie walked out with a tray. She sat it on the table and put a bowl and glass of sweet tea in front of each man. She then sat a third set in the empty chair. I will go get the pastor. Say grace and eat up, boys. She smiled and shuffled towards Gerald's office. Michael blessed the food and then took a bite. It is good. He noticed Joe was still a bit dumbfounded, but he slowly eased up and took a sip of his tea. A few moments the old lady exited the office, followed by a taller man. He was limping a bit as he walked towards the table. Michael went to stand up to shake his hand, but Gerald waved his hand. Sit. Nice to meet you both. I am Gerald. The pastor slumped in the chair and grunted. Michael kept a warm smile, but Joe looked him over with concern. You all right, Rev? Joe asked. I will be fine. Thank you, Agent. Gerald ran a hand through his hair, getting out of his eyes. Joe rose a brow. How did he know he was an agent? The suit. Your feds always wearing them, plus I see your badge and gun. Gerald took a sip of his drink and prayed silently over his food before he ate slowly. Thank you, Sister Millie. Gerald thanks the old lady as she walks to the kitchen, giving them privacy. Chapter 19. Joseph finally eased up and began to eat. Michael finally broke the awkward silence. I'm Judge Michael Bryce and this is Agent Joseph Antonello. We come to ask you some questions if that is okay. Mike spoke between bites as he watched the pastor in front of him. Of course, the angel told me I would need to help you. Angel? Joe spoke up as he took the spoon out of his mouth. Gerald nodded, but kept his eyes on his food for a moment. The pastor then looked up and glanced at the two men. The angel Gabriel aided me when Don and his goons attacked me. He told me I was to help you too, but not sure why. And what is a judge? He then looked over at Michael. Michael sat his glass down and began to explain everything to Gerald. Mike explained what judges are and what they do. Joseph also explains about how the FBI has a special division now to handle the paranormal, and why they are here. How they recently found Gerald's picture in a barn and decided to seek him out. Gerald in turn tells them of his past and what he knows about Don and what he is doing. The adrenochrome, it is what keeps him as a vampire and his main source of income. As the Bible says, life is in the blood. This was the point of propitiatory animal sacrifice in the Old Testament. God shed an animal to cover their nakedness, their sin, and he required blood from them as a sacrifice. That is why God came down on earth as Jesus and shed his blood for us. So, we could be forgiven, he was our sacrifice, but the kingdom of darkness understands this spiritual principle as well. Civilizations infected with witchcraft and pagan devils all throughout the ages have participated in blood sacrifices. From the days of Noah, the Tower of Babel, the Aztecs, and even today. These twisted people participated in sacrificing animals and people to their gods, or as we know them as demons and or fallen angels. The reasons for this human madness vary, from wanting wealth, powers, to even youth and long life. Raum, he is not stupid. This demon has been around since the flood, and he knows how to get people to do what he wants. He wants them addicted to this adrenochrome, he wants them to worship and pray to him. He wants to build his wicked church up and have them be his slaves, for what beside just that we need to discover. Michael spoke. Most people would never believe this because of how far-fetched it is. Most humans cannot imagine evil like this existing and moving right beside them. That is why my job is so difficult. Also, I believe they want me on this so they can either cover it up, so the people in high ranks will not get exposed. Joseph paused. They all know. The FBI, CIA, everyone. They know but they do nothing to stop it. The elites are untouchable for them. Joe clenched his fist. But not for us. I say we take down Raum, Don, and the rest of these sick people. Mike glanced at Joe to ease his anger. But I do believe Raum has other operations running, of what I don't know, but that reporter told me there was something else cooking in that cult beside this blood sacrifice. Gerald added, we need to find out what else he is doing. That cult is more than just a slave army of junkies to do his bidding. Joe asked out loud. So, we found out a part of Raum's plan, let's pray we can figure out the rest, and why he still wants you to before it is too late. Michael added. Don wants me dead for trying to stop him. He thinks I stabbed him in the back. Gerald finished his bowl and sat back in the chair. They know where I am, and this church is in danger. Gerald was upset and Michael could tell. I can ask another judge to come and look over your church if you wish. Michael asked. Is that possible? Joe asked. Yes, the church and its people are in danger, of course we can. Doesn't the law protect their citizens? Well, we can protect God's people. Michael reassures them. Thank you. Gerald looked up at the judge. So, what is next? Joe asked. We get some prayers in. The old lady came back from the kitchen. And you need to heal up before you go out and start hunting them, Pastor. She pointed a finger at Gerald. The pastor couldn't help but crack a smile. Yes, ma'am. Chapter 20. The cult's compound. Don made his way from the car towards the large building that housed Raum. It was only a bit smaller than the main building which they used for services. The demon resided there and called it a lair. He wasn't the only one living there though. It housed a few maids and a few women who were his consorts. Don, however, did not live in the compound. He lived in Austin, just a few miles from his new casino. The vampire moved from Chicago to down south to help his master broaden their enterprises. The casinos, the adrenochrome drug dealing, and of course the cult activity and sacrifices. Chicago had become too crowded with the other fallen angels and demons, trying to make their mark on the busy town, so Raum thought it best to move down to Texas permanently. Plus, it was where the Antonello siblings resided, and he had been taking his time planning on ways to possess them. Don entered the building and walked past the security guards. He made his way inside the massive entranceway and towards the living area where he heard Raum speaking. Don was still beaten up and in pain from the blood he ingested. That never happened to him before, and on top of that Gerald got away. Raum was not going to be happy about this one bit. The vampire paused on the threshold of the living area and watched Raum. He knew better than to interrupt when Raum was soaking in the worship of his followers. Normally the demon donned a three-piece suit, but in his home, he was in more of a relaxed state. He wore a New Age type get-up. A mix between Hindu and Buddhist monk attire. The hippies ate it up, and it added to the feel the demon was pulling across. Statues lined the walls and a few wisps of incense smoke curled in the distance. Crystals, dream catchers, pyramid art and other occult-type stuff was strung out in the area. Raum walked around a handful of his upper-class students as they did yoga poses in front of him. Only a few were granted access to his home, so these were the cream of the crop, the most devoted. Some had scars in their bodies where they cut themselves to show devotion. One girl shaved her head and even removed an eye for him. Don was devoted, but he wasn't wacko crazy like these nuts. He glanced over towards the couch where Raum's women sat smoking pot from a hookah. The blonde favored Don and she was so promiscuous, she tried to sleep with the vampire, but Don knew better than to touch anything of Raum's. He found her quite annoying as well. A blonde bimbo that didn't even have to open her mouth to know she was an airhead. Hey Don. Join us. She giggles and waves him over to join her and the redeed. Don rolled his eyes as she made his presence known to Raum. Raum excused himself from the group and walked towards Don. Don was not the best at hiding his emotions, and Raum picked up on the fact something was wrong by Don's shiftiness. Raum's smile turned to a frown as he beckons Don to follow him into the foyer. Don followed behind Raum, but not before giving the blonde an evil glance. Raum turned and faced Don with arms folded and a scowl. Raum, I tried. We had him, but I don't like butts. Raum did his best to keep his voice low. I had a few werewolves and some of my vampires there. We cornered him in one of your churches, and I even bit him, but Raum lifted a brow. His blood was like acid, and Gabriel showed up. Don finally got the whole story out. Raum facepalmed a moment and then let his hand slide down his beard. He remained silent, and this made Don extremely uncomfortable. The vampire was a scary fellow, no doubt, but even as tough as he was, Don was afraid of two things: Raum, his master, and angels. Demons had no chance with angels. Heck, even some fallen angels were given a run for their money, but creatures like Don definitely had no chance with angels. Yeah, maybe a young or stupid judge or hunter/chaser, but never an angel. On top of that, an Archangel Gabriel. Austin is not nearly as big as Chicago, so I do not understand what the big fuss is about trying to take down a backwoods preacher, who, might I add, escapes you not once, not twice, but 3 times now. Raum's eyes flashed solid black. The angel. Don tried to defend himself. The angel was not there all the time, you idiot. Raum balled his fist. He wanted to punch Don across the room, but controlled himself since the followers were still in eyesight. I feel like I am living a Dick Tracy movie, and have Mumbles the idiot as my top man. Raum cursed in another language before he paced in front of Don a bit. Don dare not open his mouth as he watched his master. I should have left you in that ditch, Don. Lately you have been nothing but a burden to me. Raum looked up and shook a finger at him. Fix it. Fix it now, or I kill you. And not in a nice quick way. No. No, you will be begging for death before I even think about ending it. Raum glared. If this preacher and this judge mess up what I have been planning for 100 years. Raum walked closer and stood unpleasantly close to Don. He was a bit taller, so his eyes downcasted and glared at the vampire. Don knew to keep his own eyes on the floor like a scalded dog. Don nodded. The vampire knew and saw the things that the crow demon did. He knew the plans and the work he put into the business. The vampire knew the importance of each piece being aligned and played out in precise moments to ring in the siblings, as well as the other cult members, to do exactly what Raum wanted. The adrenochrome to get them hooked like he was. The cult for the worship. The agent's body for access to the government, and the female for the other plan the demon had in his sights. I will get it done, sir. Don nodded. Raum reached in his pocket and pulled out a vial of blood and gave it to the vampire. Here, I can't have my second in command looking pale and weak. Drink, heal, and get this done. Oh, and go sit by the girls. Waterflower is so obsessed with you for some reason. Waterflower was the blonde. She changed her name to a hippie name for no reason other than to fit in. Don figured. He hated that Charles Manson groupie so much. He could not understand why he kept her around other than the worship and perversion. Raum made his way back into the living area to check on the poses they groups were doing. Don walked over and sat beside the blonde. She giggled and wrapped her arms around him. He did his best to tune her out as he popped the vial open and drank slowly. He needed to think, but that would be useless with the chick beside him. He knew it was punishment for his failure. It could have been worse, but it was bad. Don enjoyed women, but certain types. He could not stand stupid and dingy people, and did his best to only visit the compound, which housed many here, only when needed. Raum, on the other hand, attracted all kinds of people. Anyone he could feed from, manipulate or use, he did not care. He was particularly fond of Billie. For years it nagged at him that he could not have her, and now, here she was ripe for the taking. Years of worry, stress, and past trauma was breeding grounds for him to twist and make her his captive. It was only a matter of time before he would have her and her brother, but the demon was patient. Things like this took time, and speaking of time, he had an appointment set with his dear old Billie. She was to come out to the compound for a meeting with him and his secretary. Raum raised his hands to his followers, and they all gave him their undivided attention. Thank you all for coming out and meditating with me today. I feel refreshed, and I hope you all do as well. As you know, Samhain, or Halloween, is not too far from us. I am putting together a huge celebration and would like each of you to do your part in helping. That night is special, and we will be having a special ceremony and bloodletting ceremony to cleanse the old and bring and welcome the new. We will also make homage to the dead as well as welcome the spirits that are active. Remember to wear your best costumes and bring your best sacrifices. He grinned a bit. Please follow Harvey to the Gaia tree for a daily ceremony. He used his hand to point the long-haired, bearded, and shirtless guy in front of him. The man stood up and bowed before leading the others out the front door and towards the large group of trees. Raum had taken in all types of mixing beliefs for his cult: Buddhism, Hinduism, Mother Nature worship, New Age, Wiccan, and more, and boiled it all together. It made a mixing pot of people who devoted themselves to him, as he took what they had already believed in and mixed it around to fit with him, so he could suck up the worship. It was rearranging lies into a bigger lie to profit himself, and it worked big time. He made his way towards the girls and sat beside the red-head. Raum sat quietly a moment before he spoke to dismiss the girls. They stood up and joined the others outside, leaving Don and Raum on the couch. I plan on making my move with Billie on Halloween night. I will be at my peak of power, and getting to her will be key. She is coming this afternoon, so I want security doubled. Don nodded as he continued to nurse the vial of blood. Chapter 21. Gerald's church. We need to go after these people and stop dragging our feet. Joe paced Gerald's office. The preacher sat behind his desk and watched the agent. Mike sat on the couch and tried to calm Joe down. Joseph, we can't just rush in without a plan. Mike sighed. I know, so let's make one. The preacher can tell the agency about what is going on, and they can give us the green light to rush in that company and take Raum down. Remember the last time you rushed in a place? Michael remembered the other 2 times Joe and him were ambushed, as well as the incident the agent got into with the cult before the judge even came on the scene. Joseph had a temper and a bad case of rushing in blind. This time it is different. We have Gerald, you a superhuman judge, and humans are not peacocks. Michael chuckled and spoke words of wisdom from his father. What? Joe was not only confused at what Michael was saying, but frustrated at Gerald's stubbornness. You know how peacocks fan their tails and screech, "Look at me." Michael could tell they didn't get the joke. It was something his father and sisters knew. Yes, we have abilities, but flaunting them and thinking we are unstoppable is a mistake. And mistakes get you hurt or killed. I have seen a few judges who thought they were unstoppable. And they were not. Raum has an army. We need to think and strategize. Get a layout of his place and come up with a plan. Michael was often the voice of reason. Joseph knew that, and he stopped pacing. He then gazed at the new member of the team, Pastor Gerald. Joe didn't know him well, but he had a good feeling about this man. Michael seemed to trust him as well. The judge is right. Gerald nodded and remained silent. You know, for a pastor you are a man of few words. Joseph crossed his arms. I speak when I have to. Gerald showed a rare smile towards the agent. Joseph rolled his eyes a bit and glanced towards Michael. The judge could tell the agent was getting frustrated. He just wanted this done and over with, and Michael could not blame him. This demon had terrorized him all his life and he was so close to catching him. Look, Joseph, I know you want to catch him, and I am sure Gerald can agree. We both want Raum and his cult shut down, but we need to think before we act. We cannot go in guns blazing. You of all people know there are rules and protocols. Do not let your emotions get the better of you. We made it this far, let's not get smacked in the face with a shovel again. Mike tried to joke to lighten the mood like Joe often did, but Joe was in no mood for laughs. He was angry and frustrated. The demon was so close and now they knew what he was up to. Well, they knew 90% of the plan. It was enough to bust and take them down legally, but he needs evidence. Joseph went to argue again, but he was interrupted by a brilliant light. All three men squinted due to the bright rays they were curling off a being that appeared in between the three. The light finally died down, and Gabriel stood in the middle. The angel was dressed in an unfamiliar battle armor with tan pants and an off-white decor shirt underneath. His dark hair was short but had bounced to it. The glow finally subsided all the way, and his bronze skin were visible. Gerald remembered the angel and was not afraid. Michael was used to angels' proceeds, so he sat still on the couch looking up at him. But Joe on the other hand was a bit startled. He went to reach for his gun, but the angel held up his hand to stop Joseph from pulling his gun out. Peace. I am Gabriel, I have a message from the Lord. Gabriel, the archangel. Joe rose a brow and let his hand fall to his side. Yes, I would be your second archangel, you see, Joseph Antonello. Gabriel also let his hand fall when he noticed the agent settled down. Gabriel then turned to the judge who was sitting on the couch. Michael, you need to step up and be more of a leader. You are a judge for a reason. A general in God's army. Be more assertive. The angel explained and the words of his father echoed in his mind. The time when Mike had failed to kill the demon pig when he was 10 replayed itself. He could still remember that foul smell the pig let off. If we don't learn, then we fail. Michael let the words come out of his mouth as he thought out loud. He glanced at the angel and the angel nodded. Michael understood what the angel was saying and what he needed to do. He needed to take control of situations and be the leader. He was a judge and judges were the generals, they were there to bring justice and lead the people. Joseph. You need to allow others to help. You are not a one-man army. Yes, this battle is for you, but in the end the battle belongs to the Lord. He is helping you, they are helping you, accept that help and do not become prideful. Gabriel's attention fell on Joseph, who was still a bit awestruck. He had seen an angel when he was young, but the archangel Michael did not appear to him all bright, and with such an intimidating manner. Gerald, you need to forgive himself. Stop letting your past haunt you. You have asked for forgiveness, turned away from your past, now live in the present. Stop allowing what you did because you second-guess your calling. You are chosen for a reason. Do not let the past define you, but let your current actions speak louder. Gerald lowered his head a bit. It was true. This whole time he had been raging a war in his mind about his past. Michael, you had the right idea. Call Pamela. The female judge as well as a few angels will guard this church. Before I go, this is for you. The angel pulled out a large brown hide wrapped around something. He placed it on the judge's lap and Michael unwrapped part of it. heavenly steel, so you can make them weapons needed for this fight, as well as others. Others? He asked. The 3 judges in New Orleans need weapons as well. When you are finished, I will retrieve them, Gabriel explained. Michael only had worked with this steel once, and it was molded into his sword given to him from his father. When the angel was satisfied the 3 understood what they had heard. He disappeared the same way he arrived, brightened in a flash. Joseph squinted and let out an annoyed grumbled. Do all angels do that? He huffed. No, just when they want your attention. Michael chuckled. Joseph glanced down at the judge's lap. Is that enough for all those weapons you need to make? He asked. Yeah, I can mix it with Damascus steel, it will work just fine. Michael nodded. He was eager to start forging. It had been a few years since he made anything. Not that he didn't want to, Mike had just been busy with cases. I will go and put this in the car and give Pam a call. He stood up and walked out with the steel in one hand and the phone in the other. There was an awkward silence between Joseph and Gerald as Joe glanced at the door and the preacher. Thank you for giving me that information about what is going on with the cult, and also for agreeing to help us. Joseph broke the silence. Gerald nodded and arose from his desk. You are welcome. I need to let Sister Millie know what is going on. I also need to pack. It will not take me long, so if you give me 20 minutes, I can follow you back to your agency. Sure, and if you need a place to stay, I have an extra room. Joseph added as he finally eased up and calmed down. Gerald rolled the chair under the desk and adjusted his suit coat. That would be much appreciated, thank you. No problem, let me go tell Mike. And with that the 2 exited the office. Gerald didn't lock it in case Sister Millie needed to access it. The pastor made his way into the kitchen, while the agent walked outside to speak with Michael. The trio was now going to be a quartet. Joseph was going to have to let Billie help even if he didn't like it. It was as much as her battle as his. The preacher, the new information and the soon-to-be new weapons, gave Joe relief. The agent would wait to give his daily call to his sister when they returned to the office. He knew she was going to be as relieved as Joe was. She also was going to give him the whole "I told you so" speech when she would hear about the angel and what he told him. Billie had been telling him that for years, even though she herself didn't want to get invoice. Well, now she had no choice. It was coming to the end of the line and it was their fight. It may have been a case in the FBI's database, but it had been a lifetime battle for the Antonellos. Chapter 22. Billie made her way towards the compound to have a meeting with David Brooks, or as he really was known as, Raum. Joseph did tell Billie about a cult that Raum ran, but he failed to tell her the man's name and the name of the cult or where it was located. The Church of Light was 30 minutes outside of Austin. The whole time Billie rode in the back of her Uber she was a bit nervous. Billie had helped cater her baked goods to weddings, ceremonies, and other party events, but nothing of this magnitude. It also was her first solo catering, a big step on her part. Billie wanted to get her name out there and have her own baking shop someday. This business, along with her helping her brother at times, didn't leave much for a social life. To be honest, she was a bit scared to branch out. The only so-called friends she had were her workmates. Billie distanced herself from everyone except her safety net, her brother. As Joe immerses himself in his job to try and catch the demon, Billie did the same thing, but she did it to try and run from her past. As much as she did try and run and get over it, she could never really heal. She never really had a boyfriend or a love life. Sure, a few guys in college she crushed on, but she never went any further for fear of what she could not explain. She also could not explain the feeling she had when David walked into the bakery. He was sharply dressed in a three-piece suit. His beard was nicely trimmed, and the way his eyes looked over her with kindness, it was as if he could see through her. As if he knew the trauma she had been through, but still saw her as normal when she could not see herself as such. Billie had never heard of or met this man in her life, but there was something familiar about him. Billie's thoughts made the drive seem short. Billie's attention was drawn out of the thoughts and towards the large star-like sign that read the Church of Light. The Uber took the exit and the road winded down a hill towards the compound. It was nestled in between the hills so she could see the large landscape the compound took up. Several large buildings were accompanied by smaller ones scattered along the land. The largest one in a shape of a ziggurat made of mirrors. It reflected the sun and almost made it look like it was made of light. It was in the middle of the vast land, and it looked as it was still under construction. The ziggurat was accompanying by a smaller one a few yards away from it. Billie watched a few people out in and out the compound, as the driver drove towards the building in front of the gate. The gate surrounded the front of the compound for security reasons, Billie figured. The driver stopped and Billie stuck her head out the back window with a smile. "Yes, I am here to see Mr. Brooks for an appointment." Billie put a warm smile as the security guard smiled back. He checked his clipboard and then allowed the car through. Billie cracks her knuckle with her fingers nervously while watching out the window as the car drove forward. This place was huge, and a lot was riding on her shoulders for this job. She was a great baker, she just never did an event on her own, plus this order was huge. She swallowed her fear and stepped out on her own as the car came to a stop. She thanked the driver and closed the door. Her gaze was caught by the huge ziggurat a few yards from her. The high noon sun hit the mirrors and made the glare almost unbearable. She placed one hand on her forehead as her other gripped her large duffel bag. It was full of books and a notebook for Mr. Brooks to look over. Billie started to walk towards the huge building when she was stopped by a familiar voice. "Miss Antonello, so glad you came." Raum David Brooks spoke up as he walked towards her. Billie gave him a warm smile as he approached her. "Good afternoon, Mr. Brooks." He stopped a couple feet from her and kept a grin on his face and his hands in his suit pants. "My secretary is waiting for us in my office if you wish to get started." He took one hand out of his pocket and motions her to walk with him into the large building. Billie grips her bag as she turns to walk beside him towards the door. "This is quite a building." She looked up as she walked closer. "Yes, it is our main worship center. As you can see, we can worship anywhere." He pointed to a few people doing yoga on the grass, and a few dancing around a tree. "But here is where I hold most of my sermons." "Oh," was all Billie could say. This place was unlike anything she had ever seen before. She had been in and out of church all her life, but she never saw anything like this. It was kinda strange and fascinating at the same time. It was a mixture of people. From hippies to valley girls. Multicultural and colored as well. Everyone wore a smile and seemed to be busy doing something around the campus. "Maybe one day you can attendance a sermon. Or maybe a small class." He held the door open for her as she walked inside the building. Maybe. "What religion is this?" "The Church of Light," she asked. It is more of a mix, really. A little of Christian, Buddhism, self-help, inner peace, whatever light gets you out of the darkness. He smiled as he walked beside her. His words were pleasant and sweet, but something in her gut was telling her this was wrong. Raum could tell she was a bit nervous, and he wanted to ease her and make her comfortable around him. The last time he tried to get to her, he was too much in a rush and ended up scaring her. He needed to take things slow and draw her into himself. No pressure, just an invitation. I also would like you to attend the party on Halloween. I'm sure everyone would like to meet the baker who made things possible. He spoke as he walked beside her down the main hall. Beams of light shone down, lighting up her dark hair. It looked like silky black ink as it dripped down her back and shoulders. He took in every detail of her, from her hair to her dress and even the bag she was carrying. Raum was infatuated with her, not just because their great-grandma gave the siblings to him, but because he wanted her as a bride. She wasn't like the other women he was around. She was different. A silent strength beamed off of her. She was regal, a queen fit for him to rule. The building is almost complete. It took quite a while to construct, but our men are a determined bunch. The celebration will not only be for the holiday, but for the completion of the building and compound. He explained, funny to think we started off in a small trailer on the outskirts of town with only a handful of people. Billie's eyes wandered over the inside of the building as she walked silent beside David. The building had that new smell to it, as well as a fresh and clean look. Everything was so neat and polished, it looked like it came straight out of a magazine. Well, I hope I can live up to the task of creating the treats you wish to serve for the occasion. I have to admit, this is my first solo job. Oh, you will do splendid, I am sure. Raum led her down another smaller hallway towards his office. The door at the end of the hallway opened as petite and bubbly brunette stepped out. Master Brooks, Miss Antonello. Welcome. She smiled as she held her hand out to shake Billie's hand. Billie smiled back and took her hand. This is my secretary Wendy, Raum introduces her. Wendy almost bounced up and down as she shook Billie's hand. The motions made the necklace around her neck bounce. Billie's attention was drawn to it, and the sight of the crow made her skin crawl a bit. She did her best not to show her emotions. She did not like crows or even birds. That, along with the fear of the darkness, was an irrational fear she acquired from the past. If she only knew the thing responsible for that was standing beside her. The three entered the office and Wendy closed the door behind them. The office was just as grand as the entrance of the building. Whites and greys color schemes set the mood of newness. Books lined one side of the wall along with pictures of David and other people. A few statues and triangle figures were spread along the room. A pair of large chairs, a coffee table and couch faced a small fireplace on the opposite wall. Above it was a painting of David with retro color schemes. A third eye was painted on his forehead, and it gave Billie the chills. At the end of the room was a large glass desk and 2 chairs. Raum made his way towards the chairs by the fireplace. Please, make yourself comfortable. He motioned her to sit on the couch as he sat in the large leather chair across from it. Wendy walked towards the coffee table where she had prepared tea already for them. She poured 3 cups and served Raum's his. She then sat Billie's down in front of her on the table. Wendy then took hers and sat on the other side and sipped the tea. Billie sat her bag on the floor as she took her seat on the couch. The soft leather made her sink in a bit. After adjusting her dress, she started to remove the books from the bag. Billie broke the silence as she began to explain the books. I brought a few books for you to look at to get an idea of what you might want. The theme and possible flavor combos. She then pulled out a tablet and pen, placing it beside the teacup. Raum sipped his tea as he watched Billie. Wendy was in her own world as she almost seemed to bounce in the chair. Billie thought it was a bit odd, her behavior. It was as if she was a kid high in caffeine. What would you suggest? Raum spoke softly, keeping his eyes on her. Billie opened one of the books and turned to a page she had marked. Well, if you want the classic, fun theme, this would be nice for the children also. She flipped a few more pages. This is more of an elegant approach. She turned the book to let him see. As she glanced up, Billie noticed he was watching her more than paying attention to the books. She quickly picked up the teacup to cover her blushing. Even though the church came off a bit creepy, David's charisma was different. She could see why he had so many followers. His eyes slowly glanced down at the book, and then towards Billie once more. He sat his cup on the saucer that was in his other hand as he leaned in to get a better look. I do like these. The event will be for adults only, but I would like to order a few things for the children as well. Raum picked the cup up again and brought it to his lips. Billie sat her cup down and brushed her long hair behind her ears as she removed a notebook to show him a few of her own ideas. I was thinking of this for the main cake. A large 4-layer cake. Dark purple with lace fondant wrapped around it. She pushed the notebook across the table. Raum sat his cup on the table and picked up the notebook, studying it. Wendy remained silent as she watched them. What flavors do you suggest? He asked as he thumbs through her sketches. Chai pumpkin cake with maple browned butter frosting. For the other smaller cake, I was thinking of salted caramel and apple flavors. I agree. The fall flavors will match perfectly to the theme. I believe you have the correct idea on what I want. He sat the notebook down and smiled. It will be a formal party, and I believe you will capture everything perfectly. Billie cringed internally. She hadn't worn a ball gown since her prom. She had no idea where to even start to find a gown. Billie wasn't one to get all dolled up or dressed out in such a way as that. Most of her clothes were simply sundresses or skater dresses with leggings. She was a simple gal, not a diva. She really didn't want to attend the party, but Billie could possibly gather other clients, also he insisted. Billie didn't want to be rude on top, but the main reason was how compelling and convincing he was. It was as if he wanted her around for more than just her cakes. Most of the time Billie would have a wall up and decline, but his charm was working on her. She wanted to know more about this man and why so many people followed him. I knew you were the right fit for this job. Never doubt yourself, Billie. You are a talented lady. I see a great future for you. Your talents will take you places. I can see you with your own bakery and name brand. The next Betty Crocker. He chuckled a bit. Billie chuckled a bit. I don't know about all that. You should. I know talent when I see it, and you, my dear, you have a great talent. Never doubt yourself. Believe it, will it? His words made her feel empowered. This made her feel good about herself, which was rare. Thank you. No need to thank me for the truth. A wide grin spread across his face as he kept his eyes in her. He ignored the bouncy brunette who was humming to herself. Billie gathered the books and glanced upwards. She noticed him watching her and she felt a bit awkward. Would you like to see the banquet hall? He asked. Sure. Billie placed the last of the books in her bag. You can leave your bag here. Wendy can take it down to the front for you. Raum. David stood up, and before Billie could say she had it, he called on Wendy. Wendy the lady was still watching her tea humming, so he had to speak louder to get her attention. Wendy. His deep voice made her snap to and up out of the chair. Yes, master. Please take Miss Antonello's bag down to the receptionist. Miss Antonello and I are going to the banquet hall. Wendy didn't waste a second. She was out of the chair and jumped to her duties. Billie thought it a bit odd they called him master. Wendy grabbed Billie's bag and walked towards the door quickly. Now, follow me, Miss Antonello. His voice changed to a soothing silk-like tone. Calming and captivating. Billie nodded and stood up to follow him out of his office. The first floor is the welcome center, receptionist, my office and a few other teaching classes. It also holds the main worship room, which is the largest in the building. Level 2 is our kitchen and banquet hall. Level 3 is our storage and multimedia room, and the top level, Level 4, is dedicated to prayer. He explains as he walks with her towards the elevator. The short ride up to the second felt like an eternity. The awkward silence and the sense that something was off kept Billie attentive. David was too clean, too nice, too attractive, and he kept watching her. No one ever noticed her like that, and it had her mind racing with thoughts. Come on, Billie, you are just getting paranoid like Jojo. He just wants to show you his place and make sure you get his order right, Billie told herself as her fingers drummed on her knuckles. The doors finally opened, and he waited for her to exit first. She made her way down the hallway towards the double doors. He opened one door and let her enter. The ballroom was massive. Shiny tile floors reflected the massive chandeliers that hung overhead. Billie almost lost herself in the majestic of the room. Raum stopped and placed his hands in his pockets as he watched Billie admire the room. I was thinking of setting up towards the back. A few major players will be attending. The governor, the mayor, as well as a few others. Your suites will have a chance to dazzle them all. Another reason I hope you will attend in person. Don't get me wrong, I am grateful for this opportunity, but why me? Billie finally looked down and towards David. I see potential in you. You take pride in your work, and I like to help those who want to grow themselves. Like those who live here. They want to grow spiritually. He smiled as he replied to her softly. Thank you for the opportunity. I will not let you down, Mr. Brooks. Please call me David, he insisted. David, she nodded as she took one last look at the room. I would like to see you again. Another meeting to see how the work is coming along. Billie asked. No, a more personal one, if you feel comfortable and if it does not go against your work rules. Billie was a bit shocked by the request, and wasn't sure how to answer. Was he asking her on a date? Or to join his church, or coffee perhaps? He could see she was a bit stunned by the question. He was going to take things slow with her, gain her trust. This time he would woo her instead of forcing her. Unless you have a boyfriend who would be jealous, then we can consider it a friendship, or a meeting on if you would like to join the church, but I would like for it to be a small date. Raum smiled as Billie looked at her feet, blushing. No, I do not have a boyfriend, and I am not sure about the whole church thing, but I could go for coffee. She looked up and gave him a warm smile. Great, how about in a couple days? Let's say Tuesday afternoon after your shift. Sure, I can give you a call. Billie bit her bottom lip and cracked her knuckles nervously. She wasn't a shy girl, but for some reason around him she was. Excellent. I am looking forward to it, Billie. May I call you Billie? Yes. Yes, David, you may. Chapter 23. Meanwhile, Michael had built him a small blacksmith shop outside of his apartment. The way the apartments were set up, he had a garage attached to the small place, and it was where he would tinker with a few weapons. Michael needed to make weapons for the other three, Joe, Billie, and Gerald. He also needed to make a few others for Judge Colin and a new Judge Jacob, who was in New Orleans. Mike often made weapons that fit the powers of the person. For example, since Colin, a judge from the line of the tribe of Judah, a pair of lion claws to fit on his knuckles would suit him. He did not know this Jacob, so he had to text Ryden to find out what weapon he would need. Ryden let Mike know that Jacob used a bow staff, so he would make him a collapsible one. Joe and Gerald were used to guns, plus the Archangel gave Joseph a gun to use as a kid, so it was a no-brainer for what he needed to make them. For Billie, Mike had to think back on the story Joseph told him about how the siblings defeated Raum the first time. A jump rope was used by Billie as a tool, so Michael was going to make her a rope. A special rope for binding the enemy, plus she could use it like Wonder Woman and pop a few guys with it. Michael could already hear Joe's comments about the rope. The agent was always cracking a joke or two, be it for others to laugh or just himself. Michael stoked the fire inside the forge and began to pray. The judge prayed over his tools for God to use them and his hands for the Lord's purpose. Michael also prayed that he could use the special abilities given to him by God to make these weapons to aid others in the battles ahead. The pastor was inside getting settled in Michael's extra room. Michael rather the pastor stayed at his house than Joe's. Joseph was a good man, just his mannerisms and often slips of curse words or manic rants would make anyone feel uncomfortable. Plus, the agent stayed up all hours of the night working on the case. The judge was more relaxed and an easier person to get along with. Michael thought the pastor was quite odd, being a noticeably quiet man. Most pastors he knew were very extroverted like himself, but Gerald was different. There was nothing wrong with it, but the two personalities of Joe's and Gerald's didn't seem to click too well. Joseph ran his mouth a lot, and Michael could tell Gerald's didn't quite like that. Gerald was calm, quiet and seemed to like his peace. The judge didn't want them two brawling. After he finished praying, Michael began to work on the first weapon. Once he started, he would not stop until he was finished. He would only take a break to eat, use the bathroom, or get a few hours of sleep. Once he put his mind on a project, the judge needed to complete it. It helped him to remain focused and get the job done. It was quite a big job. 5 weapons, all handmade, and in such a short time, he prayed he could get it accomplished. The smell of the heated metal always brought him back to his childhood, especially the day he made his first weapon. The gladius sword he carried today was the first weapon he had made alone with no guidance from his father. It was a sort of rite of passage in his family. A final test from his father to make sure his children were ready for this lifestyle. Each strike he made in the metal brought back good memories of him and his father working on projects together. A few hours in, Gerald came out holding Mike's phone. Gerald would have not bothered Michael, but his phone would not stop ringing. Thinking it was an emergency, he brought it to him. Michael wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the phone. "Hello," Michael answered with a bit of an attitude. "Man, do you ever pick up your phone?" Joseph replied with the same tone. I'm busy. You couldn't tell after I didn't pick up after the 10th ring. Michael huffed. Listen, you, get your head out of the Starbucks coffee and help me out, okay? Joseph chuckled. I would if I could hear you over that TV. Is that South Park? Michael asked as he continued to wipe the sweat from his brow. Yes, anyways. I am trying to get more info on those symbols for my report. Joseph continued, all the while letting the foul-mouthed kids on the cartoon scream. Okay, ever heard of Google? Michael joked and moved the phone away from his ear a little. Google? Google. A high-ranking FBI case and you want me to use Google? Estes loco. Plus, it doesn't give me jack crap. I've already tired. I need your help. Gerald. Joe was a bit desperate now. I don't know what that means. No habla. Alexa play Despicto. Mike snorted in laughter as there was silence on the other side of the phone. Gerald just shook his head, mumbled something, and went back inside. He was tired of hearing the two idiots argue or whatever they were doing. Did I upset the pastor? Joseph heard the pastor mumbling. The agent chuckles and rambles in Spanish. Calm down, this isn't soccer. Plus, how can you hear anything over that TV? Michael picked fun at Joe talking so fast. Football, you mean? Joe hisses back playfully. I see why the preacher does like you. Mike shook his head as he held the phone. He knew this was going to take forever, so he went back to examining the metal while Joseph talked. John Wick can get over it. Are you going to help me or go back to your Martha Stewart crafting? Joseph asked. Hey, why don't you come over with some tacos, and I might help you? Mike laughed as he heard inaudible Spanish flying out of Joe's mouth. I will send you the info if you let me finish these weapons in peace. Deal. Michael finally gave in. Okay, Judge Judy. Joseph stopped his ramblings. Next time you come, make sure to bring the Google translation. Michael hung up on Joseph before he could respond and laughed. Michael emailed Joseph the information he needed on the symbols for his report as he walked inside to get a drink. He noticed the pastor reading on the couch. I don't see how he is in the FBI. He sounds like an idiot. Gerald spoke from the couch without looking up. I have no idea, but I have to give it to him. He is persistent. Michael chuckled as he grabbed a bottle of water and downed half of it. The judge was used to Joseph's ways by now. They didn't bother him as much as it bothered the pastor. It was comical in a way. He just prayed the pastor wouldn't slip up and shoot Joseph out of anger. He may have been a pastor, but the man came from a background of violence and no nonsense. Joseph at times was full of nonsense. I will bring my phone this time, so he won't bother you, Pastor. Mike chuckled. Aha. Gerald nodded as he turned the page as the judge walked back outside to finish the weapons. He only had one almost finished, and if Joe was going to keep bothering him, it would take him forever to finish. On top of that, he needed to check and make sure Pamela was all right while guarding of the church. He knew she was more than capable, he just wanted to check in. Pam was a tough cookie, and Michael was even scared of her sometimes. She could handle her own, he was more concerned for anyone who tried to face her. He pushed all that aside and put his apron on again. It was time to get serious. These weapons needed to be made. Chapter 24. Raum, or David, sat in the corner of the coffee shop watching the humans. He found it rather amusing how they went on their daily routine, blind and dumb to what was really going on around them. The secret invisible war happening right in front of their face, and most knew nothing. Blind sheep for the slaughter. A crooked grin spread across the demon's face as he sipped his coffee and continued to watch them all. Most had their head buried in a phone, while some argued with each other. Raum studied a fussy middle-aged woman cursing at the younger male behind the counter, demanding a manager. Meanwhile, an impatient businessman looked at his watch behind her. Also, a few teens stood behind recording and mocking the scene to post on whatever social media site was popular now. Raum really needed to get on that train. The worship he could acquire from those sites would double his power, no doubt. Pathetic. His attention was averted when he heard the front door open, and a familiar scent lingered in the air. Billie. To Raum, the room went silent as he watched her walk towards the table. Raum sat the cup down on the saucer and stood up to greet the woman with a smile. I mean Billie. He tried to remain formally, but remembered she insisted her first name be used. David. She smiled as she stood in front of him holding her purse. Please, have a seat. He motions to the chair in front of him as Billie smiled and took her seat while hanging her purse on the back of the chair. The waitress came and took Billie's order and left to fill it. I am glad you were able to make it. Raum smiled. Yeah, sorry, my Uber was late. She frowned a bit. Oh, that is quite all right. No need to apologize. Raum waved his hand. Billie shifted nervously in her chair. The demon could pick up on her mood, so he decided to put her at ease by giving her small talk. I would say beautiful day, but people normally talk about the weather when they have nothing else to say. Billie chuckled. That is true. Billie kept a smile on her face. How is your day going? So far it is going all right. We have been busy at the bakery, you know those girls and their pumpkin spice everything. She gave another small chuckle as Raum kept a warm smile on his face. Oh, believe me, if I would have been counting how many times they order it at the register here, I would be in the thousands. The waitress brought Billie's coffee and Raum's refill. They both thanked her and continued their conversation. It is nice to take a break from work, I needed this. Thank you. She smiled as she brought the cup to her lips. You are most welcome. We could all use a break. Me included. He mimicked her and drank his own coffee. So, tell me about yourself. Raum knew this already, he just wanted her to talk. What do you want to know? She asked. Whatever you would like to share. Well, my grandparents on my mother's side are from Mexico. Her parents brought her over when she was a baby. My mom married an Italian. Interesting mix, huh? He was a police officer. She herself was a caregiver. Too far back? She cracked a smile. Oh no, you are fine. Raum returned her smile as he sipped his drink. Okay, I have an older brother, Joseph. He works for the FBI, she added. Interesting, I am guessing he followed in your father's footsteps. Raum knew this. He also knew Joseph was after him. The agent must have forgot to tell Billie who he was after. Silly boy. It was a good thing for Raum, he was able to get closer to Billie. What else? Well, I pretty much had a normal childhood, she fibbed a bit and avoided the demon parts. She never told anyone about that part of her life. She was afraid to be called crazy. The same demon who haunted her childhood, ironically, was here. He was sitting in front of her and she didn't even have a clue. I always wanted to be a baker and own my own business, so I went to college for a few years. Now I am working in a bakery to gain experience. She shrugged as she sipped her drink. Raum watched the sun dance across her dark silky hair and light up her deep brown-colored eyes. The demon already knew all this about her, so he was not really paying attention to her story. He instead focused on her tiny details. His obsession grew strong with each passing second. "What about you?" was the question that brought him out of his gaze. "Huh. Oh yes, I grew up as a PC preacher's child." He had all of David's memoirs and life story, and he would tell it with ease. It wasn't like he was going to tell her the truth. Raum was a spawn of a fallen angel and woman before the flood. A giant and a prince to his people, who was wiped out during the flood of Noah. He definitely wasn't going to tell her this, nor would he tell her about being a half-breed. An unnatural creature that was stuck wandering the earth unless he had a body to call his own. No, he would leave all that out. That must have been rough. It was. Especially while everyone watched you like a hawk. Everyone is always expecting so much from you. Although it did get easier when I grew up. I found the truth for myself and departed from the church. I decided to make my own church. No more judgment, condemning, and pain, but instead enlightenment, love and happiness would lead. Raum gave a warm smile. "I understand." Billie agreed. "I am very happy to have you helping with our banquet." He placed a hand on hers. She didn't pull away but kept a warm smile on her face. "You are welcome. I am honored to help." She glanced down at his hand for a moment. "Oh. I am sorry." He slid his hand away to rest in front of hers. "Oh, no, it is fine. I know I am a customer, and I don't want to break any client/customer rule if you have that. I was just hoping to have a friend or maybe something more." He was forwarded about his intentions. He just hoped not to scare her away. Billie blushed a little and glanced away. "I haven't dated in forever," she confessed, letting out a nervous sigh. "I hope I am not too bold." Raum kept a smile on his face. "It doesn't hurt to be. Most people nowadays are hard to read. You are straightforward, and I appreciated that." Billie nodded. "Do not let the whole pastor thing intimidate you. We are humans too." He grinned. In truth, he wasn't human. The long pause was nerve-wracking. Billie was on the spot and she was speechless. Okay. Just nothing too fast, okay?" she blurted out. "I will take things slow. How about a few more dates, like you attending by my side instead of the sidelines for the banquet? Or is that too fast?" Billie was already going to show her face and get new clients hopefully for the event. Now she was being asked by David to be on his arm, as his date. Billie glanced up at his soft eyes and warm smile. She couldn't resist. Placing her hand on his now, she nodded. "I would love to." Chapter 25. A few weeks later, FBI training room. An angel arrives at Michael's place to pick up the weapons for the other two judges in New Orleans. A pair of claws for Colin Jamison and a collapsible bow staff for Jacob Davidson. Mike would need to help the others on his own team to practice with their new weapons. Not so much Gerald and Joseph, but mostly Billie. She was not a fighter, and Michael needed to help train her on some basic skills, especially on how to use her weapon. It was a miracle Mike was able to finish the weapons. Joe would often come by or call him about information about the cases and paperwork he needed to fill out. Not only was he dealing with the FBI, but he was also learning the system the judges used. Michael was going to get him back for all the times he kept interrupting him. Michael understood he needed help, but at times Joe just asked the dumbest question, probably because he was lonely. I know that we are young, and you may love me, but I can't be with you like this anymore, Alejandro. Michael jokes as Joseph enters the room. Dude, what the heck? Is that Lady Gaga? He lifted a brow. We are all going to die, Gerald Fassipums. You are crazy, loco. Joseph used his finger to circle his temple. Says the man who called me to ask me how the lyrics to Fresh Prince went. Michael chuckled and shook his head. Hey, it was stuck in my head and I couldn't remember. Joe snapped back playfully. Google. The judge simply replied. You and Google, I need to get you a sponsorship. That is your answer to everything, Joseph replied. Not my fault, you are too lazy to look it up. I thought Mexicans were hard workers. Michael could barely finish the sentence through laughs. Joseph mimicked his laugh. Yeah, just like all whites always ask for a manager. The agent grins. Dude, I'm not a Karen, okay? How about no more racist jokes? Mike kept a warm smile on his face. They really were not fighting, more like picking on each other out of good fun. Okay, we can do that, just don't offer me any more kale. Joseph added. What? Dude, I don't even eat that. Looked at each other with shift eyes while Gerald just glared at them. The pastor loaded his gun extra loud to get their attention. Oh no, you pissed off Steven Seagal. Joseph pointed at Michael. Me. You are the one who doesn't stop, amigo. Michael rose a brow. The pastor kept his stone face and glaring eyes on the two. It was only broken when Billie walked in. Gerald eased up when he noticed the female. Sorry guys, I am late. Oh hi. I am Billie. Billie waved towards Gerald. Gerald eased up and gave a small but rare smile. Michael elbowed Joseph to get him to look at Gerald. Joseph rose a brow at the smile and shook his head. Yeah, that is creepy. Hey sis. Glad of you to show up, he spat out sarcastically. Billie pursed her lips and rolled her eyes. You lucky I came at all. I have work, you know. I have a huge order I need to start prepping, but yet I am here with you two idiots, and she glanced towards the pastor. Pastor Gerald Russo. Michael introduced her to him. Nice to meet you, miss. He held out his hand. Billie smiled warmly and shook his hand firmly. Nice to meet you also, Pastor. She smiled sweetly and didn't bring up the information about her dating a pastor. Billie didn't want to get into 1,000 questions game with Joseph, so she kept it quiet. The judge and the agent just stood there watching as Gerald eased her up while Billie was around. The pastor glanced over at them. Seeing them watching him and Billie interact, Gerald huffed and glared at them back. Okay, now that the gang's all here, let's start. Michael broke the awkward silence and walked to the tray in the corner. He then rolled it over towards them. The judge dramatically removed the sheet to reveal the weapons he made. Joseph was too awestruck at the guns to tease the judge's movements. With grabby hands, Joe picked up one of the pistols. Now this is some craftsmanship, my dude. Joe ran his fingertips over the engravings on the metal. Wow, was that a compliment? Michael grinned. Dual pistols for Pastor. Mike handed him the two guns. That gun is yours, Joe. Since you already have a sidearm, you only need one. And for you, Billie, he picked up a silver rope and handed it to Billie. Joseph rose single brow and watched. A rope? Billie asked, a bit confused. Latina Wonder Woman, Joe snorts, and Billie smacked him with the rope hard. Ouch. He rubbed his arm where the rope hit. Michael knew it. He knew Joe would say that they were together too much. Yes, to bind the enemy and smack them when they get loud. Michael grins. I am sure you gentlemen know how to use a gun. You are free to practice with them over there in the indoor shooting range. Billie, I can teach you how to use the rope. Michael led Billie to the blue mats on the floor. Gerald and Joseph walked toward the enclosed room holding their new guns. Both remained silent as they entered, but of course Joe had to open his mouth to break the silence. I am actually impressed. Mikey did good work. He glanced over toward Gerald. Gerald remained silent as he put the earmuffs on his head. He quickly loaded the guns and shot them both with accuracy. Joseph just watched and blinked. Dude, did you ever take a breath? He teased with a straight face as he loaded his own gun. He placed the other muff on his ear and aimed down the sight of the silver gun. He aimed the gun and breathed slowly as he fired the gun. Each bullet that hit the paper target he imagined Raum's face. He never hated anyone or anything as much as he hated this demon. Joseph's obsession with taking him down controlled his life. It was to the point that after this was over, what would he do? Of course, there would be other cases, always more evil chances. It would be never-ending. Joseph needed to find a balance before he went insane. He put the gun down and glanced at the paper target. He turned and Gerald was right behind him. He jumped and held his heart. Geez, lurch. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Gerald just shook his head a little as he looked at the target. Not bad, was all Gerald spoke as he walked back to his own side. The two continued to fire their weapons in silence. Gerald had just as much at stake in this case as any of them. Don, the vampire, took everything from him. Not only was his life at stake again, but the lives of the small community and church he pastored. So much weight on his shoulders, so much responsibility he didn't ask for, but Gerald took up the torch anyway. It was the least he could do. He had a burden to help those who needed him the most, much like his pastor helped him before he was killed by Don's werewolves. Billie and Michael walked to the blue mats in the middle of the training room. A test dummy was in front of them, and Billie lifted a brow. She had been to gyms and self-defense classes before, but this just felt a little bit awkward as she stood with the rope in her hand. So, am I to just lasso them like a cowgirl? She joked with a snort. She was her brother's sister, and Mike expected nothing less. Michael smirked a bit. The judge was much softer and kinder to Billie than he was with Joseph, so he didn't give her any snarky remarks. Sort of. You can lasso them, bind them, hit them with it like a whip, he explained. He held out his hand for the rope, and Billie placed it in his palm. You can use it to disarm your opponent, wrap it around their neck, and smack, he demonstrated on the dummy. You can be creative, and I believe this tool will be great for you. He smiled and handed the rope back to her. Billie took it and let it slide through her hands. She wasn't sure about all this, but Michael had faith in her, plus she wanted to help her brother defeat Raum again. Just like that jump rope, huh? She smiled a bit and she twirled the rope around. I can put a picture of Joe's face on the dummy if it would help. It would help me. Michael joked, and Billie let out a snicker. It would help. She spun the rope around and used the balled-up end to hit the dummy in the face. See, you are a natural. Michael nodded and stood back to let her practice with the rope. Billie practiced hitting and wrapping the dummy up with the rope. Michael would only step in to show her a different way or teaching. The judge told her to use her speed to her advantage, as well as hand work. He showed her different ways to tie around the dummy and pull it down. Billie was a fast learner. She took all the guidance and demonstrations Michael gave her and applied it to the dummy. Good. Focus. Use the rope as an extension of yourself, wield it with a fluid motion. Michael coached from the sideline as he watched her. Billie took this seriously. She knew any weakness on the team would be a downfall, and she didn't want to be the reason they failed. She wasn't a fighter, she was a baker. Only time she fought was with her brother, and she knew he held back so as to not hurt her, but the enemy would not. 20 minutes in and Billie was sweating and hurting. Slowly she was getting a hold of the whole rope thing. Michael was a patient and excellent teacher. There was no way she could have trained with Joe. They would have ended up fist fighting each other. Speaking of Joe, the other two males walked in from the indoor training room, and towards Mike and Billie. Xena Joseph laughed as he walked towards Billie. Billie swung the rope and popped her brother right in the nose. His head went back as he screamed. Billie grinned as Mike pointed and smiled. That is what I am talking about. The judge and even Gerald applauded her. Joe held his nose and cursed in Spanish. Estúpida no buena cuerda. Estés loco okay, Joe yelled as he held his nose. A few drops of blood hit the floor. Come on, you be grand. Billie walked to her brother and put his head back. Baby. You hit me in the nose. He growled as he glared at her through his hand. Billie popped him in the back of the head to make him lean back. Ouch. He yelled again. Beeb grand. How are you going to go after a demon and his army? Billie fussed back as she grabbed a towel and held on his nose. Michael was killing himself laughing at Joseph. Even Gerald couldn't help but laugh a little. Billie noticed she even had Gerald laughing, and she blushed a bit. Of all people, Gerald was the last she would expect to laugh. He was so serious and stern-looking. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you use a rope. Michael applauded Billie. Billie gave a small curtsy as Joseph glared at them all. Chapter 26. The end of the month was finally upon the small group of heroes. They may have seemed like the underdog, but God always used those kinds of odds. David and Goliath, Gideon and the 300, Joseph. The small made a huge difference time and time again, not by their own strength alone, but with the help from the Lord. Time seemed to be flying by, and every day the team built a stronger legal case against the demon. He may have been guilty by spiritual laws, but Joe needed to make sure to have a mortal human case. The agent did his best not to rush this like last time. He wanted to do this right and he would not risk anyone else's life. The agent stepped out of the office space that was given to them, and made his way upstairs to report to his bosses. Meanwhile, Michael called up Pam to check on Gerald's church for him. The pastor did his best not to worry and have faith, but he was only human. How are things on your side? Michael asked as he held the phone to his ear. He watched Gerald sharpen his knives and glance up at the judge. Quiet, I haven't seen any of the demon's minions around here. Pamela replied. She was staying at the church to watch over Gerald's flock. The judge was from the line of Deborah, and one tough cookie. She took on a whole legion of demons one time solo. She only came out with a few minor cuts, and her long black hair was chopped a bit. It amazed even her superiors. The Israelite woman was all fire and strength. She, like her foremother Deborah, had the gift of prophecy. Pam could see parts or glimpses of the future, but never the whole picture. A seer and a valuable ally and friend to the team. She would protect the church and not leave the grounds until the demon was taken down. Michael gave a thumbs up to the pastor, and Gerald returned to his knives. "Have you heard from the crowd?" she asked. "Actually yes, they are sending Sammy to help me out with all this paperwork," he replied. "Oh, sweet little Samara. She is a wizard at organizations." The female judge chuckled a bit. "I just hope her OCD doesn't cause an issue. One of my partners, the agent, can be quite messy," Michael confessed. "I have seen that tiny timid woman take on a full-grown 7-foot judge one time with her sass. She can be bold when she needs to be. I am sure she will be fine." Pam replied, "Let's hope so. Maybe she can whip Joe into line, but knowing Sam, she might just end up making us into a drawing and tearing it up." He chuckled. "Do not let her small and timid self fool you. She will whip all you boys in shape, watch." Pamela spoke once more before saying her goodbyes. Michael hung up his phone and slid it on the desk. "A new member?" Gerald asked after eavesdropping on the conversion. "Yes, Amara, she is a good friend. She also works in the record-keeping part of the crowd. They allowed her to come down and help us out with all these piles of papers. She is a small quirky gal. Most times she sticks to herself and her drawings. She is my little fangirl friend. I remember last we saw each other we went on an hour-long rant about the last Star Wars movie." The judge chuckled. "We need to start a plan on how to get into Raum's compound." Gerald spoke up. "Bust in and shoot 'em up Old West style." A short blonde woman walked through the glass doors sporting gun fingers. Michael stood up and grinned. He walked towards his friend with open arms. Samara had to tiptoe to hug his neck. She was only 5'1" compared to the 6'3" judge. "Sam, it is good to see you again. Thanks for coming down to help us." He smiled down at the young woman. "Of course, anything for you, Mike." She chuckled and adjusted her falling glasses. Her blonde hair was wrapped in a messy bun. She wore an oversized sweater that looked like a dress and a pair of jean leggings and Ugg boots. Gerald stood up and walked towards them. "Nice to meet you." He held out her hand. Sam took it firmly. "Hi, I'm Samara Morgan, but you can call me Sam or Sammy." She smiled shyly towards Gerald. "Gerald Russo." He introduced himself to her. "The pastor." "Nice to meet you." Sam nods and looks up at Mike. "So Big Mikey, I heard you needed my help filing and keying in stuff for you and your partner." Sam kept a warm smile on her face. The glass door opened again, and Joseph walked towards them. "My friend out in Chicago, Mark Landry, he gave me this stack on Dawn and his gang." Joseph walked in and saw the short blonde talking with Michael. Sam turned to see Joseph and she froze. In her mind the song Crazy in Love by Beyonce was on repeat as he seemed to walk towards her in slow motion. Michael looked down at Samara and then to Joseph, who walked closer towards them. Joseph's head was buried in his paperwork to notice the woman staring at him. "Sam." "Sam." Michael tried to get her attention. Still no answer. She had the deer in the headlights look. Oh no, last time this happened was when she first saw Tony Stark on screen. Michael tried to shake her a little. "Sammy, Sam." He snapped in front of her glasses. She was still in awe over Joseph. The agent finally looked up and noticed Michael trying to shake a woman. He stopped in his tracks and tilted his head as he watched the whole scene. Gerald lifted a brow and glanced down at Sam and then towards Joe. He shrugged his shoulder, he himself was confused. "Is she okay?" Joseph asked concern as she leaned over to glance into her amber eyes. Oh hey, she snapped out of her trance when Joe got closer towards her. Joseph stood up straight and glanced towards Mike. This is Samara, the count sent her to help us with the paperwork. Michael introduced his friend to the agent. Joseph gave her a warm smile. Nice to meet you. My name is Joseph Antinolo. He nodded as he held onto the pile of papers. Sam nodded shyly and swallowed hard. Another few more seconds of awkwardness passed before Michael took the papers and handed them to Sam. Here you go, let's get you set up at a desk, huh? He pushed his tiny friend away. Sam, are you okay? Michael whispered. He is so beautiful, like Antonio Banderas. Zorro, she blushed as she shuffled in front of Michael, still gushing. Oh goodness. Michael shook his head as he turned back to see Joseph watching them in confusion. Stop swooning. Michael teased as he sat her down in front of the computer. We need your help, Sammy. He chuckled. Sam nodded and smiled up at her friend. I will do my best. It's not my fault you have Spanish Casanova here. She snorted at her own joke as she logged into the program on the computer. Michael ruffled her hair and walked back to where the guys were standing. Is she okay? Joseph asked, a bit concerned. Oh, she will be okay. Just feed her cappuccino and Cheetos, and she will be fine. Well, let me do that part. Michael knew she was crushing on Joseph and didn't want her distracted. She is shy. Michael continued. It was true, Sammy was shy and usually stuck to herself. The only reason she talked to Mike was due to the fact she had been knowing him for 5 years now. She was comfortable around him and considered him a brother. They bonded over their love for nerd. Not many others in the crowd talked to Sam. Others found her odd and quirky, but she was just really a sweet introverted girl. Sam was great at her job, and Michael was happy they sent her to help them. He trusted her to get the job done. I hope she can stay around permanently, she is such a good record keeper. Mike added, I am glad to have her, it frees up our time to go after these guys. Joseph nodded and glanced at Gerald and Michael. I agree. Gerald nodded. You don't have paperwork to fill out. Joseph looked at him sideways. I can finally stop hearing you complain about it. Gerald grins and Michael fist bumps Gerald. Oh, so it is 2 against 1 now. Joe held his hands up and shook his head. Sam would glance up from her pile and watch them every now and then. It was a large job, but it was not her first rodeo. She cracked her knuckles and began to get started. Operation Spotify playlist, she grins to herself as she scrolls on her phone. Sam began to set up a playlist while thumbing through the papers, as well as eavesdrops on the others. Meanwhile, across town, Billie finished up the last of the huge order for the Church of Lights banquet. It was just in time as David's men pulled up in the van outside the bakery. The sun was just about to set as they backed up with the doors open and hopped out. Billie greeted them with a smile and a clipboard as she stood on the sidewalk. She smiled as trick-or-treaters passed her. Various children and parents littered the main street where the bakery sat. Everything is in the first fridge, and 2 big cakes are on the main table. Please be careful. Billie kept a warm smile as she pointed them to where everything was. They nodded with understanding and collected all the sweets. The driver hopped out of the van and walked towards Billie holding a dress wrapped in plastic. Master Brooks want you to have this for tonight. He smiled and handed it to her. Billie took the dress slowly and her cheeks flushed. "Thank you," was all she replied with. The baker had already picked out a dress, but she didn't want to be rude and refuse. This dress was named brand and looked awfully expensive. It probably cost more than her whole wardrobe. "Another car will come to pick you up in an hour and a half, if that is fine?" the driver asked. Billie gave the driver a thumbs up and gave him the address to her apartment. Her stomach was all in knots as she held onto the dress wrapped in plastic. When the men finished loading up the truck, Billie bid them farewell and closed up the shop. She then made her way home clutching the dress in crossed arms. Her nerves were a mess. Not only was she worried about pleasing the guest with her pastries, but being with David. The two had just met a month ago, and now she was going to be his date at this banquet or ceremony. Whatever it was a pretty big deal to him. Unlike Joseph, Billie had been trying to live her life recently, and not let the whole demon thing consume it. She did go by the office and train with Michael and the others, but she also had her own life. The bakery shop, the small dates and phone conversations with David, as well as getting to know the others on Joe's team. Mike was an open book. You could ask the judge anything and he was happy to tell you. However, Gerald was a bit more closed off. Mike told her the story of the pastor and Billie felt so bad for him. Billie not only felt sorry for him, but wished he wouldn't keep everything in so much. Billie would often bring them food, and she tried to get the pastor to open up and talk, but he often remained silent or only gave her a few words of response. Billie also was surprised Gerald had not killed her brother by now. Joe could be an idiot and loudmouth at times. He knew how to push buttons, and Gerald looked like one for none of that nonsense. Her and Michael were taking bets on who would punch who first. The whole thing was an eye-opener for her. The whole paranormal aspect as well, and the fact Joe was closed to catching Raum. She supported him and would help them all, but she also wanted to live her life. Arriving at her apartment, Billie quickly made her way to her room to get ready. She washed the day off and quickly got dressed. The gown was long flowing, silky and a deep yellow color. It paired with her bronze skin so well and fit like a glove. It was as if David had it custom made for her. Billie quickly fed her goldfish and grabbed her shoes and clutch purse. As she made her way to the elevator, she struggled to put her heels on. Billie was running late and hoped the driver would wait for her. Placing more bobby pins in her hair, Billie jogged out the elevator and towards the entrance of the apartment building. She removed her clutch from her mouth and pushed open the doors to exit the building. Billie glanced around for the car that would pick her up frantically. Did she miss it? Miss Antonello? The driver walked around a car that was parked a few feet away from her. He opened the back door and motions her to get in. Billie sighed in relief and walked towards the car. "Thank you." She gave the man a smile and slipped into the car. Chapter 27. Joseph drove towards the compound that the church sat on. They needed to get a layout of the place and find any evidence to go in. It was to be a simple stakeout to gather information, but nothing was simple for the gang. Michael sat in the passenger seat while the pastor and Sammy sat in the back. Joe glanced over at the judge, the pastor and the new woman in the back seat. He was antsy and on edge. The emotions he was feeling began to show physically as he shook his left leg vigorously while his other foot was planted on the pedal. The agent was so close to finishing this case he could taste it. It was definitely the calm before the storm, and Joseph could feel it building. He knew he needed to stay level-headed and not let his emotions get the best of him. Joseph was not going to make the same mistake as before. No one was going to die on him again, not Michael, his new partner and friend. Not the pastor, who he annoyed but respected, and not even this new member, Sammy, who was a bit strange with her ogling. The agent would not be able to survive any more guilt or blood on his hands. Michael was seated in the front passenger seat and kept his eyes on the road ahead. He used his thumb to rotate his wedding ring nervously. Even though Grace was dead and gone, he wore it to remind himself of her. Even in death he still was devoted and loved only her. Every now and then he would glance out the side window to see the passing shops and people. The public was going about their normal everyday nightlife, while the four headed to the compound. He was hoping they would only be doing surveillance work, but knowing the hothead sitting beside him, something was for sure going to go down. The agent did change a bit since Michael showed up, he had to give him that. The judge did his best to train and help Joseph, but it was up to Joe to use what was given to better himself. This case was not the worst or longest the judge had worked. It was close though, with the whole cult and blood sacrifice rings this demon had going on. It was a vast underground network that would take time planning and taking down. They couldn't just go in there like Zorro, like Sammy called Joe, and tear everything up. Michael snickered to himself at the thought as he glanced to see what Samara was doing in the back seat. Sammy was new to the team but was happy to be involved. This was the most field work she had ever done, and she was super excited. The Southern Belle was all smiles and had a bubbly personality most times. She wasn't a judge, but her run-in with Michael one day while he was on a case changed her life. She moved to Washington, D.C., where the crowd's American main branch was located. She took on the job as a records keeper and learned the software and policies. Her duties included filing and keying in data such as case files, registering judges old and new, and the creatures they fought against. She also helps to register the creature that would comply with the code and the other agencies that worked with the judges. Samara sat in the back messing with her iPad logging information as she rode along. Her headphones blaring as she immersed herself into her work. She was trying to finish the file on a witch named Mevis for a judge out east. Gerald sat silent in the back seat and watched out the window. He did his best not to worry about the current situations, but he knew how Don and his men worked. It was only a matter of time before all hell would break loose. He hoped Judge Pam, whom Michael sent to watch his church, was really as grand as he made her out to be. Those people were his responsibility. The church and the small community surrounding it. Gerald only left to take out the treat that threatened them. He had much appreciation for the judges and their mission. They did what he was doing but on a global scale. They were taking out the evil on a grand scale and in an organized fashion. The agent, Joe, his efforts of making it more a legal thing to bring them down was also admirable. He was the first in the state to start and run a paranormal division of the FBI, due to the creatures that were showing themselves now more than ever. However, the agent was a hothead. Gerald also thought him to be a bit arrogant, and a bit too headstrong. His sister was a little bit more mellow. He often enjoyed her company. He didn't really open up about himself, but he enjoyed her around. She always had a warm smile and sweet treats to share with the others. Billie was also headstrong, but more in a sensible way compared to Joe. She was kind, caring, and he thought she was an exceptionally beautiful young woman. However, Gerald was too afraid to get close to anyone again. His past failed relationships, such as with his brother, his lost love, and the death of the pastor, caused him to close himself off. Alone was safe, and he wore it like a security blanket. Joseph parked the car on the back side of the compound and turned the car off. He let out a deep sigh and turned to face Michael. "This is it. We go in quietly and see what we can find out." Michael spoke up as the others nodded. "Sam, you stay behind and watch the car." "Okay." The judge didn't want her to get hurt. She gave him a nod as she removed her earbuds. The young woman watched the three men leave. "Good luck." She waved to them. Gerald gave her a wave back while Michael gave her a Jim from the office look. She couldn't help but let out a laugh at the face he made. Her and Mike often joked about how their life should be a show like The Office, and they would look at the invisible cameras. Sammy then turned to watch Joseph close his door. He glanced down at her and gave her a slight nod. Her face flushed red as she placed one of her earbuds back into her ear. The judge, agent, and preacher make their way towards the tree line that bordered the compound. They were prepared to take action if needed, but the main focus was just recon. To study the grounds and get a layout of the place. It was illegal, but Joe needed this info firsthand. "So, what is up with Samara?" Joseph asked. "What do you mean?" Mike replied, "She is a bit strange." Joseph laughed. "I'm not saying it is bad, just curious is all." The agent walked beside Michael as Gerald trailed behind them, keeping a lookout. The three tramped through the tall grass and avoided the cacti that were littered along the ground. "She is a bit of an introvert. She doesn't speak much except with me. Probably because I saved her life 5 years ago. A Wendigo stalked and ate her whole family. She never heard it because she was playing a game on her computer. She came down to see her loved ones massacred, and the thing almost got her. She ran out into the street, and I sort of hit it with my car. Oh, man, that sucks." Joseph felt bad for the girl. Sam is a strong one. She didn't let the horror get to her. She is still a fun-loving gal. Many don't understand her weird humor and ways, so she can be distant sometimes. She is very smart and dedicated. She joined the cause and the cowed almost right after the whole deal. Mike continued to tell Joseph about Sam as they cleared the small patch of woods. All of a sudden, his boot went straight into a patch of mushrooms. "Oh no!" Michael's face went pale as he looked over towards Joe. "Oh no, what?" Joe lifted a brow. Gerald caught up with them and wondered silently why they stopped. "It is a mushroom, dude." Joe shrugged it off and continued walking, stepping on them. "No. Wait." Mike tried to stop him, but it was too late. The remaining mushrooms strung along the tree line lit up. Also circles of mushrooms in the field lit up. Small lights began to come up from the ground like a swarm. "What?" Joe asked with an attitude. Gerald didn't like the look on the judge's face and braced himself. Michael tried to get Joe to shut up, but his Spanish rantings would not stop. "What is the big deal?" "It is just mushrooming and lighting bugs." Before Joseph could continue, the light hit him in the face. "Ouch, what the?" He touched his forehead where a drop of blood formed. "Dude, I tried to tell you, fairies." A swarm flew at them. Mike's eyes went wide and tried to swat them away like bees. "Fairies like Tinker Bell." Joe screamed as he tried to swat them away. The agent slapped his hand together and slowly opened it to reveal a 2-inch creature snarling. He screamed and flung it off him. The three swung and swatted at the air. Joe tripped and fell on the ground and was kicking at them. Some fairies were pulling on Gerald's long hair, and he backhanded them. Mike was having his own troubles as they chewed on his clothes and hands. Never step in fairy rings, bruh. Mike cursed and yelled at Joe, who was still on the ground. I have a solution. Joe spoke as he rolled around trying to keep them from his face. Thank goodness. Gerald spoke up. It involves fire. Joseph added, absolutely not. Mike yelled as he took out his sword and started swinging. When this is over, I want my sanity back. Joe yelled more curses in Spanish. You had some sanity, the pastor added. Meanwhile, what's it gonna because I can't pretend? Don't you want to be more than friends? Hold me tight and don't let go, don't let go. You have the right to lose control. Don't let go. Sammy sat in the backseat singing out loud as she typed an email out. Suddenly she heard faint screaming. She took out a headphone from her ear and opened the car door. The screams were coming from the forest. Samara popped the trunk and took the fire extinguisher. She used her light from her phone as she followed the screams towards where the guys walked. The little blonde cleared the tree line to uncover the scene before her eyes. The song In the Air Tonight was playing as she watched the three men wrestle with glowing lights. She pulled out her phone and snapped a video and a few pictures before she opened the fire extinguisher. Sammy let the white foam spray on the lights and guys as she swept over them all. They all screamed for her to stop, but she kept going until she felt it was safe. Michael finally had to grab it from her for her to stop. Joe was on the ground trying to breathe as Gerald was still trying to remove the things from his hair. Michael looked down at Sammy with a disappointed face. I told you to stay in the car, he frowns. What? I heard screaming. Plus, you all need help. She pouts. You took a picture, didn't you? He glanced down at her sideways. She was quiet for a moment, saving it as my wallpaper. She confesses. Michael sighed deeply and gave her the fire extinguisher back. He talked to her like a child. She was in her late 20s, but he treated her like a little sister at times. Fine, next time I'm letting them eat you all. Well. Not shut up, Sammy, she was about to say, not her handsome burrito that was laying on the ground. She restrained herself and turned to walk back to the car, but not before she took a few more pictures. Gerald helped Joe up from the ground as Michael put his sword away. I don't know if I want to kiss or strangle her. Joseph wipes the white foam off himself. No comment. Michael was going to say she might like that, but he decided not to bring that up. Watch your feet, huh? Mike added. You are the one who stepped on the mushroom and released the little chupacabra out. Joe protested. Yeah, and you kept going and wouldn't shut up like always. The judge argued back. Will you two pull it together? Gerald growled and walked ahead of them. He was fed up with the both of them. They both looked at each other, surprised Gerald actually said something. The three quieted down and avoided mushrooms as they made their way towards the compound. Chapter 28. The place was full of people, but they all seemed to be heading for the building in the middle of the compound. The large mirrored cigarettes still shone in the dark as the lights inside illuminated the darkness. The large building gave Gerald a chill. Something about it made the preacher feel uneasy. Joe stood tall in the middle of the field and glanced at the whole place. He shook his head in disgust. All this. The sicko has built all this and deceived all these people. The agent clenched his jaw and did his best not to go running in and kick him in the teeth. Mike reached out and made Joe squat with them behind a wooden sign. Okay, we need to try and blend in. I see a catering van, maybe me and Gerald can grab a jacket. Joe, see if you can grab a mask like the others. The judge pointed to the guests making their way into the front of the building. We get a quick look around the compound to get a layout, but I have a feeling all the action is in that big sucker. He pointed to the triangle building that stood out above every other building. Joe took his phone out and started snapping pictures of the other building around them. Michael was trying to speak, but Joe's picture taking was distracting him. Dude, you are just as bad as Sam. He smacked Joe's phone down. Hey, I am trying to get evidence of a layout. He growls and picks the phone from the ground. That looks like a rec hall. That is a kitchen, those are the dorms over there, and I bet you any money the other pyramid building is Raum's house. Michael pointed out. Oh, how do you know? Joel lifted a sarcastic brow. Because demons are show-offs. Gerald added in. This is true, Joe added. Okay, we make a quick sweep to confirm those buildings are what they are, and then we head into the big house, got it? Mike looked at the two other men. They both gave him a nod. Hey, and now none of that inverted exclamation point a ribber. Inverted exclamation point Andale. Crap, Joseph. This isn't a Mexican shootout. Michael grinned as Joe gave him a stink eye. Okay, Jack Ryan. Don't start. Joseph then glared at Gerald, who snickers. No Rambo stuff either. Joseph hissed. Come on, let's go, you two taking forever estos guerros. Nada más me hasten encabrona. Joseph fussed as he stood up and began to walk towards the building behind him. Michael and Gerald went a separate way to get a good look at the other buildings. Joe kept low and to the shadows as he weaved in between the different buildings. The place was massive, so he had to jog a little. The agent passed the dorms, library, and what looked like a schoolhouse. He paused to take a breath and hide from a few of the residents. Peeking around the corner, he noticed the other guest pulling up in cars and entering the large building. He wiped the sweat from his brow and adjusted his suit coat. He then buttons his dress shirt and fixes his tie to look more presentable. He ran fingers through his messy hair as he stood up and walked towards the entrance. Joe noticed a couple by a tree making out, and the man had dropped his mask on the ground. Joe quickly stooped to sweep it up. He placed the mask on his face and integrated himself into the small crowd entering the building. SOS loco. He whispered to himself, and it was crazy. He was walking right into the lion's den with just a mask on. The inside of the pyramid was just as grand as the out. His eyes scanned the interior as well as a few of the guests. All were wearing masks, and some even had silly costumes on. What kinder eyes wide shut mess, he mumbles to himself as he files towards the stairs like everyone else. As he walked, he memorized the doors and exits in case he needed to get out in a hurry. The agent had been on many stakeouts and shakedowns, but this was personal. The case and this cause hit home, and he didn't want to mess it up. It was his last chance to finish a lifetime of chasing the devil. He knew if he didn't catch him this time, he would never be able to take him down. His lifelong goal would be for a waste if Raum slipped away again. It was so close he could taste it, much like the taste of the incense and mixture of cologne and perfume that floated through the air. The noise of the chatty crowd along with the classical music coming from above him had him wishing for silence. All these people, they had to know who or what Raum really was. No way they could all be blind. Or they did know, which made it even more sickening. Joe's stomach twisted as he entered the main banquet hall. His eyes scanned the room quickly as he took to the left and walked along the wall to blend into the crowd. Michael and Gerald had split up for a moment to cover more ground. They both did as Joe and weaved between building and avoided people. Instead of going to the front, they snuck around back where the catering vans and other staff were. The judge and the preacher scooped two stragglers up and knocked them out. They placed the unconscious men in the bushes and took their catering jackets. Gerald made a face that read he was not pleased. "I know it looks silly, but we have to blend. The help is always invisible." Michael chuckled as he did his best to put his sword on his back under the new jacket. "Let's hope Golden Boy doesn't ruin this whole thing," Gerald added. "Oh, I think he has his head in the game. He knows this is serious. Joseph will pull through. Have some faith, Pastor." Mike chuckled as the two walked towards the back doors. "I do have faith, just not in that hot head. It is personal, I get it. This is personal for me also, but one wrong move or one mouthy comment can ruin everything." Gerald sighed as he walked beside Michael. "You two are just polar opposites. He expresses himself with crappy humor and you keep things in, but you two have the same goal and are on the same side." Michael reassured Gerald to not worry and stick to the plan. "You go low, I'll go high." Michael spoke as they entered the building. The two spilt ways and the judge takes the elevator. Gerald took the stairs to the basement, meanwhile Mike took the elevator that went topside. The judge stood awkwardly inside as it slowly rose higher. He was surprised it didn't stop along the way. It was a quick trip to the top floor of the ziggurat. Gerald slowly made his way towards the basement of the building. He had an uneasy and unsettling feeling as he continued down the long concrete stairs. He removed the catering jacket and tossed it to the side. He didn't care if he didn't fit in, the thing was ridiculous, and he wasn't going to wear it any longer. When the pastor reached the bottom of the stairs, he reached for the handle and paused. It was as if his spirit was warning him of danger. He took a deep breath in through his nose, and slowly let it back out through his mouth. Yanking the door open, the pastor walked inside. He kept a hand on one of his pistols, but did not remove them from the holster just yet. The three were there for recon, not take down. He needed to gather the layout and the contents of the place, but he would take action if need be. Boxes and crates littered the entrance of the basement. Gerald could hear someone chanting overlapping sobs. He removed his phone and began to record. He knew the agent needed evidence, so he would get it before interfering. The preacher kept low and to the shadows as he walked slowly towards the sounds. Dancing shadows were lit by torches that circled the middle of the large room. Hooded figures encircled a large slab altar. On top of it was a pregnant woman tied by her hand and feet. She was sobbing and speechless. The woman's voice was raspy and strained. It was probably this way due to her futile screams. The large concrete walls and noise above drowned out any noise that would occur down here. Gerald did his best to stay hidden and record the robed figures as they chanted. One hooded figure brought a book with a knife on top towards the center of the circle, while another followed with a large chalice. Gerald was tense with anticipation. He wanted to just mow down these people and save the woman, but he needed the evidence. He also needed to get an accurate count of people. He was far outnumbered, and if they had guns, the pastor could easily be overtaken. It didn't matter, Gerald needed to save this woman and her unborn child. The one male raised the chalice high, while the other chanted in an unknown language. Gerald counted 13 people in total. It wasn't the greatest of odds, but he had to act. He removed one of his pistols the judge made him as he kept the phone in front of his chest. He didn't know if these were humans or supernatural beings, and he was not going to risk it. He continued to video the ritual as he made his way out from the crates. Tonight, as the veil is thin, we sacrifice this innocent child to the God of this world. Grant us power and wealth. The man continued to chant, and the others took part. As the one man raised the knife high, his hood slid off. To Gerald's shock, it was the major. The pastor couldn't take it any longer. He walked out with the phone and gun closer and closer. He was surprised the others didn't notice him. Now we show our devotion and trade this life for prosperity like our forefathers did. Yeah, I don't think so. Gerald's gruff voice spoke up. The mayor paused and looked over at the pastor in shock. His eyes widened as he noticed both the gun and phone. The others turned to see Gerald and froze. Do you really think that is a smart move? The major growled. You are outnumbered, not to bring up the party above. He added, oh, I think I might have some help. Gerald didn't tell them how much help he really had. They would laugh if he would have said there were only 2 others, but the pastor knew his real help was more powerful than all these people combined. His help would come for the Lord. Who are you? The mayor lowered the knife to his side and called out. Does it matter? Gerald replied. Well, you can join us, and make a name for yourself. Or die unknown. He laughed and the others followed with their own chuckles. Gerald shook his head a bit. I am known as a preacher of the word, God's holy word. A preacher. The major gave a sarcastic snicker. Let me ask you a question, preacher. If your God is so great, why would he send you down here outnumbered? Why would you be shabby looking and probably in debt to your eyeballs? He paused before continuing to ask questions. If your God is so holy, then why did he make Satan? One hooded figure asked. Well, that is more than a question, more like questions, dang. Joe was rubbing off on him. God didn't create Satan, Lucifer created Satan. He made himself evil by rebelling against God, he chose to himself. Just like all of you. You have a choice. You just chose the stupid one. Gerald clenched his teeth. I'd rather be homeless and have Christ than rich and have to face hell. I am rich, richer than all of you. You are just too blind or stupid to know that. You think this is the way. You think you can choose another way than Jesus. You are all fooled and stupid. Not me. A man charged Gerald and he shot him point blank. This caused a domino effect as the others rushed toward him. Grab him, he will be another sacrifice. The mess screamed. Gerald shoved the phone in his pocket and removed his other gun to continue to shoot the men. Chapter 29. Meanwhile, Mike reached the top floor and exited the elevator. It was quiet and seemed to be unfinished. Construction seemed to still be going on as tools and buckets were strung along the place. The walls in some spots were half put up and only sheetrock. The judge almost tripped over the plastic on the floor. Safety hazard, he snorted to himself as he walked slowly towards the hallway. He adjusted his catering jacket and continued to walk. Michael kept his guard up and eyes open for any movement. He tried to think of what he would say if he was caught, but his mind drew a blank. Mike was a judge, not a spy. He had done recon jobs in the past, but nothing this risky. There were a few rooms, however, and Michael made his way to peek inside each. A few people were inside meditating, and in other rooms they had a few statues being prayed to. Mike shook his head a bit. This whole cult was just a mash of different pagan and New Age religions. The top floor was not as large as the others, so he made his rounds quickly. The people up here, be it few, were too busy in prayer and worship to even notice him. After taking a few photos, the judge returned to the elevator. So far so good. He was a natural James Bond, he thought to himself, and snickered. The next and third level, the level below him, seemed to be complete. It was full of multimedia equipment, large computers, systems and monitors. It must have been the multimedia room as well as security. A few more people were scattered inside, but they were too busy watching the monitors to notice the judge slip by. One guy turned his head, but Mike darted around the corner. The judge peeked around the wall to see the man glance, and then turn his head back to the screen in front of him. The judge pulled out his phone and snapped a few pictures. When he was satisfied, Mike then made his way back to the elevator. Unknown to him, he was spotted and followed. 3 men entered the elevator and surrounded him. Mike stood in the middle of them and watched for the doors to close. The way the 3 men were dressed, Michael could tell they were security guards. The awkward silence made the air thick with anticipation. The judge wiggled his fingers by his side and waited for the others to make their move. Mike wanted to whistle the old western sound that they played on the gun showdown, but decided not to. That would have been a Joe move. Mike noticed one guard beside him reach for his baton slowly. Michael let out a sigh. The gig was up. The judge had been caught and he had to knock these guys out before they could call it in. That was the last thing he needed. The mission to go south because of him. Hail Hydra. Mike had to try and get by this without a fight in the elevator, but it was no use. The second guard behind him quickly wrapped his arms around Mike's chest. Michael drop-kicked the one in front of him before he could hit him. The force caused the one guard that was holding Michael to hit the back of the elevator hard. As that guard was pinned, the third guard swung at the judge. The first hit the judge's cheek and caused his face to be forced to the side. It hurt, but he was a judge, so no knockout. The judge's strength was higher than a normal human, so Michael was like Steve Rogers in a way. The third guard went to throw another punch, but Michael hit the back of the man's knee with his boot, causing the third guard to fall to the ground. The man went down, and Mike kneed him hard in the face. The judge then used his head to swing back hard, hitting the second guard who was still holding him in the face. The first guard he had kicked tried to swing, but the judge moved his head, and the first guard hit the second guard holding him. The second guard finally let go and fell to the floor in pain. Michael uppercut the first guard before he could swing again, and he also fell to the ground out cold. The judge turned to salute the men before walking out onto the first floor. The judge was lucky the floor was pretty much empty except for the receptionist. The young woman didn't even notice the judge. Her head was buried in her phone. Michael was a little out of breath and shaken up, but nothing too serious. Michael sent Sam the pictures through a text message. Mike also checked in on Sammy to see how she was doing. The trio had been going over an hour now, and he was worried about his friend Samara. Sam texted him back a bored emoji, and it made him crack a smile. She was simply fine, but he would hear about it no doubt. Sam had better be lucky she was even along for the mission. Record keepers were not field agents or judges, so Michael was bending the rules for his friend. Even if it was sitting in the car, she was in danger. Second floor banquet hall. Joseph made his way through the crowd of people. Some sat by the tables along the walls while others danced on the ballroom floor. Joseph kept adjusting his black mask, frowning. He felt stupid. He thought he looked like Wesley from Princess Bride or something. The mask was ridiculous. The only reason he wore it was because he needed to blend in, and the mask helped. Everyone else was wearing them, so if he took his off, the agent would stick out like a sore thumb. Joe grabbed a glass of champagne and downed it quickly. The music was awful in a rich, high-class, snobby way. The food and drinks were appetizing, but he wasn't there to indulge. Joseph was there to watch and gain information. He placed his empty glass on a passing tray and snuck around a few gabbing women. He couldn't really tell what they were complaining about, but it wasn't important. The agent needed to try and find the main target, Raum. He grabbed another glass and held it to blend in as his hazel eyes scanned the crowd across from him. Even in a mask, Joseph spotted Raum, or as he was known, David Brooks. He was on the other side of the dance floor speaking with a few men. A woman was beside him, but her back was turned. Something about her felt familiar. The agent watched with glaring eyes as the devil laughed and talked with the men. It took everything Joe had not to walk across the dance floor and knock the demon out. Joseph could not let his emotions get in the way. He needed to remain professional. He noticed the women beside him eyeing him curiously, so Joe decided to continue down the side of the dance floor. The whole time Joe's eyes never left Raum. 30 years of hunting, of wasting his life on tracking down this thing, and here the demon was. Raum. The Crow Man's. He was only 40 feet from him with his back turned. It could be quick, but messy, and then Joe would go to jail for murder. A room full of thousands of witnesses. As much as he wanted to, he couldn't do that. He wouldn't stain his family name nor his morals. If David Brooks was still alive, he had to get Raum out and then kill it. Joseph had to do it the right way, and by the books. Others were counting on him. His partners were counting on him, and he dare not put another partner in harm's way. Joe could not lose anyone else, especially after Mitch. The death of his last partner still haunted him, giving Joe long sleepless nights. Joseph may have been clever, hardworking, and a bit rude at times. He used humor as a weapon and to deflect his own traumas. He seemed like a jerk to most, but he didn't mean to be. Joe was driven and determined to catch Raum. His whole life was consumed by it. It wasn't healthy, and Joe knew this, so the agent needed to learn to let others in and help. To have a social life and eventually a romantic life. As he turned to the left and made the long way around towards Raum, he noticed the woman beside him. It was Billie. He gripped the glass in his hand so tight it felt like it was going to break. What was she doing here with him? Was she held captive? Or was she here on her own free will? Did she know who that was standing beside her? Joe could not remember if he told his sister who Raum was hiding in these days. Chapter 30. Billie stood beside David as he spoke to the other men. She remained quiet, as she was out of her element with all these rich, fancy people. This was so not her scene. Billie was used to being around normal folks with foul mouths and attitude. All these people were so prim and proper. Raum could sense her unease. He leaned in to whisper into her ear softly. "Would you like to dance?" he asked. Billie smiled warmly and shook her head yes. "Please excuse us." Raum held out his arm for Billie to grab. Billie wrapped her arm around his and walked beside him towards the dance floor. She could feel all eyes on her. "Are you all right?" Raum asked as they walked towards the middle of the dancing couples. "Just nerves is all. I have never been to anything like this." She spoke as she placed an arm on his shoulder while her other hand slipped into his. Raum held her hand and his other slipped around her waist. "They all love your pastries, and those cakes look stunning, but none can compare to you in this dress." He smiled warmly down at her. Billie looked down at her feet and her cheeks flushed a bit. "Thank you." Her voice was soft and sincere. "No need to thank me, it is the truth. You are an amazing woman, Billie. I am so lucky to have you by my side. The best day of my life was walking into that bakery and seeing how your smile lit up." Raum smoothly talked to her and Billie was eating it up. It was almost too easy. The music shifted to a slower pace, and he wrapped his other hand around her waist, bringing her in closer. Raum nuzzled on her neck to breathe in her scent, causing Billie's skin to bubble with bumps. "To be honest, I was not expecting this." Billie continued to speak. "Oh, why not?" Raum asked. "A man like you. Noticing a no one like me." She let out a nervous laugh. "Oh, my dear Billie, you are not just anyone." He grins and keeps her close to him. "You are a beautiful woman, with an amazing gift. Your eyes dance when you smile, and your laugh could sink ships." He sweetly talked to the woman as he danced with her. Billie closed her eyes and began to get lost in his soothe words. The baker was in bliss. All her worries seemed to melt away while he held her. Maybe she should let him in. Join this church and get closer to this man. Billie didn't want to end up like Joe. Alone and cranky and full of rage. That was no way to live. Raum continued to dance with Billie, seducing her with silky words. It was almost his main superpower. The power of the tongue. As Raum's eyes glanced over, he noticed a stranger. The man stood along the dance floor glaring at them with a glass in his hand. The demon's eyes narrowed in on the male and to his surprise, it was Joseph. Oh, this was too good. The brother, Joseph, was standing there in seething rage watching him seduce his sister. Raum decided to show off, to make a sport of the man. He spun Billie around, dipped her and brought her in close. Raum's lips were almost brushing hers, but his eyes glared at Joe. Billie didn't notice any of this as her eyes were closed and waited for his kiss. Raum slowly pressed his lips against Billie's. It was as if the room went silent as fireworks exploded in her belly. His lips were on fire as she kissed him back. Suddenly, gunshots rang out as hooded figures swarmed the room. They ran from the stairwell towards the other exit screaming. They ran past guests, causing some guests to scream and run as well. Screams and panic filled the room, and Billie broke away from the kiss. She looked around frantically as Raum kept holding her. Joe could care less about what was going on, now was his moment. He slammed the glass down by his feet and made his way towards his sister and the devil. Joe pushed guests and the hooded men out the way as he made his way closer. Gerald ran behind a few of the hooded men firing rounds at them. He had fought his way through them and chased them the back way. He didn't know they would exit the stairwell in the middle of the party. This time it wasn't Joe's fault but his. The pastor didn't care, they were about to kill a pregnant woman and her unborn child. The innocent soul meant more to him. The men were about to sacrifice people below, but instead hell broke loose up top. The pastor ran out of bullets in one gun, and used the back of the gun to pistol whip a man. A guard ran up to stop him, but the pastor punched him with all his might. Another tried to tackle him, but Gerald moved out the way. The guard went through a table, causing food and glasses to fly in the air. The people around the table screamed and took off running. It was pure chaos. Michael heard the gunshots and he glanced toward the direction. The judge ran towards the stairwell and called Sam. "Sammy, listen, call the police. Tell them you hear gunshots and screaming." He huffed as he ran up the stairs towards the second floor. "But I don't," she replied. Mike held the phone up so she could hear the commotion. "Mike, what is going on?" She was frantic and tried not to panic, but her voice betrayed her. "Just call the police and tell them to hurry. Also get your temp FBI badge ready. Wait 10 minutes and follow the police inches, show them your badge, and explain that the FBI have a stakeout and to call the agency for details." Mike hung up the phone and shoved it in his jacket. He took the stupid catering jacket off and burst through the double doors. The room was in chaos. He noticed Gerald on the far left and ran to help the pastor, who was in a scuffle with 2 men. Joseph finally reached the middle of the dance floor. He grabbed Raum by the shoulder and pried him away from his sister. He then turns him around and punches Raum in the jaw with all his might. He went to hit him again, but Billie got in between the two. Raum rubbed his jaw and grins evilly at Joe. "Billie, move." "Joseph, are you here? What is going on?" she yelled in confusion. "Billie, move. It is him." Joseph yelled, trying to get to Raum but was blocked by her. "What are you talking about?" She tried to understand what was going on. "Billie, it is Raum." He finally spit out. "He has been playing you. Playing us." He pointed to Raum. Billie spun on her heels to look at David or Raum. Billie took her mask and eyed the man standing in front of her. Her breathing was deep and full of angst. "Is this true?" she whispered. The long pause was all the answer she needed. The way his eyes flashed yellow along and then black. Billie knew. She knew her brother was right. She reeled her own fist back and punched Raum right in the mouth he used to kiss her. The punch almost broke her hand and he shook it in pain. Raum laughed and stumbled a bit. He then licked the blood and pointed. "Feisty." That sent her into a rage fit. Billie went to jump Raum screaming, but Joe grabbed her and did his best to hold on. "You used me. You lied to me." She screamed and then began to curse him out in Spanish. Raum continued to back up, and before Joe could get a hold of Billie so he could grab him, a swarm of people flooded by them. Raum saw his chance and joined the school of people. Where did he go? Billie pushed off Joe and looked frantically for the demon. Joseph noticed the guards swarming in and running towards Gerald and Michael. Joseph smacked Billie's arm and pointed to the others in the distance. "Come on, we need to help them." The Antonellos made their way through the crowd towards their other teammates. Gerald was being strangled on a table while 4 men held Michael down, while a 5th punched him in the stomach. Billie picked up a chair and smashed it over the man choking Gerald. Joe hopped over and landed on the guys holding Mike. The one hitting Mike and another one that was holding onto him fell down with Joe on the floor. It loosened up a hand for the judge to swing at the others 3. Joe wrestled on the ground with one of the men he tackled. The other tried to grab Joe, but he kicked him in the mouth. The other one reached around and tried to choke the agent, but he elbowed him and flipped the man. The man landed on the ground and Joe swung downward to knock him out. Mike threw one of the men in the air that was on his arm. Mike then swung at another and knocked him out cold. The third tried to tackle Mike, but the judge moved to the side. The tackling man met Joe's fist and fell to the ground. Joe nodded too and Mike returned the nod. They made a great team and they knew it. The two then glanced to see Billie swinging a chair around at a guard like a mad woman. The distraction allowed Gerald to kick him in the gut and a punch to finally put him down. More guards flooded in and started to walk at the four. While the other guest ran away, the four stuck out. The guards noticed the other men on the ground rolling in pain, and they advanced. "Maybe wave your badge at them, Joe." Billie raised her fist up and readied herself. "Oh, I doubt that would stop them." He shook his head. "Kinder want them fairies back." Mike added, "Kinder wish Sammy would come with that fire extinguisher again." Joe added with a chuckle, "Who is Sammy?" Billie asked as she wrinkled her eyebrows in confusion. "Mike's friend Samara, who is all gaga over Joe." Gerald added as he blew a blood clot out his nose. "Wait, what?" Joe asked, confused. "It is true." Mike nodded in agreement with Gerald. "Well, look at you, brother, there is hope for you." Billie teased, "Yeah, well, better than dating the enemy." Joe knew it was a low blow, but he was pissed. Billie glared at Joe and used her fist to punch the guard advancing toward her. "I wish that was your face," she screamed as they began to fight the men. The four fought furiously until a swarm of police flooded into the building with guns drawn. Gerald was in a headlock by one guard, and another one paused from punching him. Billie, now with a ripped dress, had a guy on the ground under her heel. Mike punched the two guards beside him, and they landed on the ground. Joe was on the ground wrestling with others, and they both stopped and looked up at the police. "Show them your badge." Gerald, Mike, and Billie shouted all at once. "FBI." Joe yelled and kicked the man off him as he opened his suit jacket to reveal his badge. The police lowered their guns and shook their heads. Running feet came from behind the men as Sammy flashed her badge. "Hey guys, they are with me and the FBI." She slid to a halt as she saw the scene before her. She lifted a brow as her eyes went to Mike laughing. Sammy then frowned in concern for Gerald. Still her blue eyes wondered, and she then smiled at Billie. "Pretty dress," Sam complimented, and then her eyes landed on Joe. They went saucer's eyes as she sees Joe is still in his Zorro mask. Samara goes weak in the knees and almost falls over on the cop beside her, as she mumbles loudly, "El Zorro," was all that could be understood clearly. Billie grins and looks down at her brother in a teasing way. Chapter 31. Blue lights flashed lighting up the night sky as the local police, FBI units, and new media vans swarmed the compound. A few of the police officers were loading up people into different police cars, while a few FBI agents took witness statements. Other officers and agents took pictures around the compound logging in everything. The cult's church was finally taken down. The Church of Light was officially and legally shut down, and it was all due to Agent Joseph Antonello and his determination. Who knows how many people's lives he saved from not only sacrifice, but from being mind-controlled any longer. However, the leader, David Brooks aka Raum, was nowhere to be found. Raum and a few others escaped in the shuffle, one being the mayor. No matter. Gerald showed the video evidence of the ritual to the other feds, and an arrest warrant was put out by the FBI for the mayor. Other men, women, and children of the compound were either arrested or led out by social workers to vans. Gerald was beaten up and bruised, but he managed to help the pregnant lady he saved into the ambulance. She would not let go of his hand until the EMTs lifted her into the back of the ambulance. After the paramedics gave him a look over, the pastor walked back toward the main building. He needed to check on his other teammates. On the way he passed a few members in hoods sitting on the ground cuffed. They looked up at him and sneered. Gerald paused and slowly turned to face them. The preacher felt bad for them in a way. They were deceived and he wanted to tell them so. You do know what you all were doing was wrong, right? Speaking softly, Gerald lifted a brow and looked each one in the eyes. Says you. One man spoke up. All roads lead to God, one sneered. But only one road will lead you to heaven, Gerald replied. How do I know that is true? What is the truth? One rolled his eyes sarcastically. Not what, but a who. Jesus said he is the way, the truth, and the life. Not David Brooks, not your inner peace, not those statues, and not nature. Jesus is the only way. Gerald noticed them not paying him attention to what he had to say, so the preacher decided to keep walking. He passed others cuffed on one side and on the other side, crying guests who had no idea what was going on. It was coordinated chaos. Many of the agents bagged and labeled the things found in the basement. Crates and bags filled with vials of blood and baggies of drugs. Their camera flashes lit up the blood that was on the altar in the middle of the basement. It was apparent that others were sacrificed, and the woman Gerald saved was lucky her blood wasn't added to it. Samara was right beside the other agents taking pictures and logging in the information for Michael and the Cowd. The FBI allowed this due to the fact the Cowd and the FBI were working together on these crimes. It was the whole point they made the black files and allowed the judge to come in, for this very reason. Michael was in the background watching the others scramble around to get everything logged in. He stood with his arms crossed and smiled over towards Sammy. The little blonde jogged over towards him and adjusted her glasses. You might want to get that looked at. She pointed to the gash on his eyebrow. He waved it off and shook his head. I will be all right. So? He nodded towards the scene in front of them and asked about how everything was going. I logged all the pictures and videos you three sent me. Right now, I am just logging this drama and will need to get a final count of how many vials of that stuff they have. She pointed to the crates along the wall. I am sure we can get that from the agents later. He nodded and watched her type furiously on her tablet. Good job, Sammy. He smiled down at her. What? I am just logging stuff in. You all were the ones who kicked major cult butt. She chuckled and continued to type. Everyone's job in this is just as important. I just wanted to say I appreciate you and how awesome you are. He wrapped his arm around her neck and pulled her into a hug. Sam let a small laugh and poked his ribs. He groaned a bit. He was still sore from the fighting. See, you need to go get that looked at. And no more ferries. She wiggled out of his arm and pointed at him. Why? I can just have Samara the Great Fee Conqueror come and slay them with her magic fire extinguisher. I never thought that could be used as a weapon. He confused with a laugh. And you are supposed to be the weapons expert. She teased and turned to continue her work logging in the information for the paperwork. It isn't said and done until the paperwork is done. She lifted a finger in the air. Julie noted, I will go tell your boyfriend that. Mike commented and Sam turned to glare at him. Michael Bryce, don't you dare start. She hisses and gave him an evil glare while her fingers continued to type. The judge waved her off and turned to go back upstairs to check on the others. Inside the banquet hall, Joe's boss was on scene congratulating him on the good job. It was a little messy and borderline illegal, but he got the evidence they needed to green-light the takedown. The FBI higher-ups finally gave the green light to go after the casino as well. It was the last of the demon's strongholds. The place where the laundry money and drugs such as adrenochrome was distributed. I want you to lead to plan and to take out the casino. Good job, Agent. The boss gave a final handshake and walked away. Joe took a deep breath in and out as he loosened his tie. He noticed his sister sitting alone at a table that wasn't damaged in the showdown. He slowly made his way towards her. He was a bit anxious to have this talk. He knew she was upset about the whole thing. He could tell by the look on her face as she sat there and picked at her nails. It was sort of his fault. Joe should have told Billie the person Raum was living inside of. All that would have been avoided and her heart wouldn't have been trampled on. The agent swallowed his pride and walked over to sit beside her. Sue, he broke the silence. Billie looked up at him a bit annoyed. Sue, what? She lifted a brow. You look like a giant sunflower. Joseph added, and Billie narrowed her eyes at him. I think she looks nice. Gerald spoke up as he passed by. Thank you, Gerald. Billie then turned to her brother and kept a menacing look towards him. I am going to go find the judge. Gerald spoke as he left them. He knew they needed to have a talk and he didn't want to be in the way. The preacher turned and went to look for Michael. Billie waited for Gerald to leave before she continued. At least I don't look like Elzoro. A small grin spread across her face as she repeated the words Sam had spoken earlier. Billie teased him because Sam obviously liked Joe. It was the first time Billie had even seen the woman and she already knew. It was too funny and too cute for her not to say anything. I am sorry, Billie, for not telling you. I was so wrapped up in my own head and because I forgot about you and why I started all this. He tried to change the subject and get serious. Well, at least you admit it, thank you. From now on we are a team, all of us. No more one-man armies. Billie sat up and leaned on the table as she spoke. Deal. Joe gave her a reassuring nod. Oh, and you should ask her out. Billie added with a smile. What? Joe asked, not quite catching on. You heard me. Billie gave him a you-know-who look. I couldn't. He ran his hand through his hair and messed it up a bit. Joe didn't have time for that right now. Did you see how she looks at you? All full of wonder, and it is so adorable. Billie continues to tease him. I just met her. I only said 5 words to her, maybe 6. He chuckled nervously. She is Mike's friend. She obviously can't be too bad. Plus, she knows all about the paranormal and stuff you deal with. Billie paused and watched her brother try to ignore her as she slumped in the chair. Just ask her out and get to know her. She is a beautiful young senorita. The best thing that came out of this was I was able to open up and feel happy with someone. Even though it was the wrong person, I was still able to feel something, you know. Can't go through your whole life and be lonely, Joe. Yes, you may have me and now Michael, but you need more friends and well, a life. She pokes him with her elbow. Yeah, all right, I will if you go on a date with John Wick. He grins and sits up. Wait, what? She rose a brow. I see how he looks at you, all soft eyes and less brooding. Joe continues to tease. What? No. Billie shook her head, not wanting to accept it. Yes. Look. He is still glancing over here. If I have to ask Sam out, you have to go on a date with GD Master over there. Joe pointed and Billie noticed Gerald. You talk all that game and not follow your own advice. Joe looked at her sideways. Fine, but I'm still shaking after this Raum. She shivered in disgust. Well, at least this time you will be with the right pastor, and not a demon suit one. Joe tried to get it out with a laugh. Billie punches his arm a few times playfully. It wasn't my fault, you never told me, she hissed as Joe rubbed where she punched. Anyways, I won't let this stop me from dating or finding happiness in my life and career. We finish this whole ordeal and we better ourselves mentally, physically, and spiritually. Deal? She held out her pinky. Joe sighed and wrapped his pinky around his sister's and agreed. Mike came towards the siblings, walking and eating a piece of cake. Gerald followed, keeping silent as usual. The judge stopped in front of them and took another bit of cake. Really? Joel lifted a brow as he watched Mike eat the cake greedily. What? I don't want it to go to waste. Plus, it is really good. Mike spoke with a mouth full. Billie smiled and thanked him. Where is mine? Is there any left? Joe crossed his arms. There might be some if you scrape it off the back of one of the guards. Mike joked and he shoved another bit in his mouth. You two are idiots. Billie facepalms and pinched the bridge of her nose. So, what is the plan now? Gerald asked, ignoring the two's ridiculous conversion about cake. I was given the green light to take down the casino. I am sure that is where Raum and Don will be. It is his last place of sanctuary. Joe finally got serious. It was almost over. It was so close he could taste it, but right now he wanted to taste that cake. He was starving and his stomach betrayed him by rumbling. Someone is hungry, dude. I heard that from here. Mike continued to tease as he finished his cake. Joe went to reply to Mike with a smart remark, but stopped when he noticed Samara walking towards them. Joe watched her roll her blonde hair into a messy bun, while her tablet rested under her chin. Sam wasn't paying attention to who Mike was talking to as she played on her tablet. Sam had just seen the judge and walked over to let him know she was finished. Hey Mike, I am finished logging in the evidence and stuff. She huffed and looked up from her tablet. She noticed Joseph and remained calm. She took a deep breath and showed Mike her tablet. The judge swapped her the tablet and handed her the empty plate. Really, Sasquatch? She growled. Billie covered her mouth to laugh, while Joe just let out a loud laugh. Sasquatch, that is a good one. He pointed to Sammy, who was now beet red as she smiled. I say we go get a bit to eat and get some rest. Tomorrow is a big day. Michael handed her the tablet back and took the empty plate. Operation Casino Royale. Joe grins. Oh, and what, you are James Bond now? Billie clicked her tongue. No, he is El Zorro, remember? Michael elbowed Sam, who was still beside him. Sam buried her face in her tablet to hide herself. Chapter 32. Next day, Dia de Muertos, the casino assault, Arca Casino Royale, Arca Blood Run, Arca Buffy and the Vampire Slayers. Well, everyone wanted to name the operation, but Joe stopped them. The names were just getting ridiculous at this point. The night before, the agent could barely sleep. He was so ready for this to be done and over with, and from the looks of it, everyone shared the same sleepless night, except Sam. She looked pepped up and bouncy, or that could have been the third cappuccino she downed. They were just a block away from the casino Raum owned. Surveillance in the area confirmed the demon was in fact inside with his remaining people. Okay, we go in, find Raum, Don, and shut everything down, Joe explained to the team as he velcroed his bulletproof vest on. It was Michael, Billie, Gerald and little Sam who stood around listening to Joe explain the plan. The other agents were suiting up behind them. This place is only 2 stories high. The main floor and then the top floor for VIPs and Don's office. First we need to clear out the place, Joe explains. Sam hands everyone an earpiece and a chest camera. Sammy will be our eyes, Mike added. She will be in the van guiding us. Sam nodded and drank her coffee nervously. Everything will be recorded, so watch what you say or do. Michael glared at Joseph. What? You need to take your advice. PFFT. Estoy loco. Joseph shook his head. I hope everyone has trained with their weapons and is ready for this. Some of the people in there are not exactly human. I need to know you are all ready to face that. Michael looked at each person. We got it, Hoss. Joseph winked and loaded his gun. Billie wrapped her rope around her fist as Michael removed his sword from his jacket. Gerald loaded his 2 guns and glanced at the others. Godspeed, and don't get shot or bit. Sam frowns at them all. She was worried for Mike and her new friends. Mike wrapped an arm around her and gave her a bear hug. Billie followed and patted her back. Don't worry, blonde. Billie let go and smiled down at her. I will keep these boys in check. Billie eyed her brother. What? I didn't do anything. He held his hands up. Not yet. Billie rolled her eyes. Sam gave them all a warm smile before turning to walk towards the van. She hopped in the back and closed the door behind her. A few other agents were inside to help her and the other team out as they made their descent inside the casino. The others placed their earpieces in their ears and tested them out. Hey Sam, can you hear us? Mike asked. Loud and clear. Operation Overwatch is a go. She giggled. Oh, good Lord, Mike huffed. Gerald was clueless, and so was Billie. It is a video game, Joe explained to them as they walked towards the casino. The other agents were going to go in the front, while the small team of 4 were going to go in through the back. Their goal was to get Raum and Don, while the others would grab anyone else. Can you see our camera's footage? Mike continued to ask. Sure can, Sam replied. So, do we get code names? Joe joked. Yeah, you are Polo Loco. Billie snickered as she walked beside her brother. I am not. He glanced towards her and glared. You Mudger Maravilla, he hissed. Mike shook his head as he walked in front of them. Gerald was in the rear walking silently. I am not Wonder Woman. Billie smacked her brother with her rope. I say, let me pick the names, I am the one using Skynet here. Sam snorted. Rev, Blacksmith, Confection Queen. CQ for short and... Sam stopped before she gave Joe's nickname. And what? Mike asked curiously what she would pick for Joe. Zorro? Mike snickered and turned to look at Joe. Joseph gave him glaring eyes as the judge laughed at him. I was going to say something else, but that works. Sam chuckled. Okay, but you are Tinker Bell then. Joel laughed. I'll take that. Shortened attitude, plus I did have to help you 3 with those fairies. So, you are telling me 3 grown men couldn't take care of fairies? Billie asked and looked at them. They all remained silent. Nope, Sam chuckled. Okay, okay. How about we just focus on this mission? Mike huffed. Touché, did I hit a nerve? Sam asked as she downed the last of her drink. I think you need to stop drinking those cappuccinos. Michael huffed jokingly. Okay, Tink, we are at the back door. Queen out. Billie winked at Mike and walked through the double doors. The place seems pretty empty. There are only a few people inside on the first floor. I see a dozen on the second. Sammy informed them. Sam, tell the other team to go in. We are ready to. Joe removed his gun and waited inside the small back entrance to the casino. He glanced at the others and waited for the signal to rush in. Gerald ran a hand through his long hair and pushed it out of his face. His other hand gripped his gun as he stood beside Billie. Billie gave Gerald a warm smile before looking up at her brother. Let's finish this. She spoke as they heard the other agents swarm in the front. Screams and breaking glass could be heard as the agents swarmed the front of the casino. Mike and Joe were the first ones through the second pair of doors, followed by Gerald and Billie. The few human guests all went to the ground as ordered, but the guards and supernatural ones turned to fight. Some of the agents were flung screaming as they crashed into game tables and slot machines. Cards and chips went flying. A waiter flung her tray and dropped to the floor to cover herself. The bartender jumped over the bar and rushed towards the four with yellow eyes and fangs. Billie used her rope to smack him in the throat, while Gerald shot him in the head. Nice shot. Billie nodded towards Gerald. Wow, 10 points to Team Queen and Rev. I so ship it. Sam blurted out. Sam, you know we can hear you. Billie blushed a bit. Crap, I'm sorry. Sam apologized. Mike shook his head as he swung his sword towards another vampire. He beheaded the thing and it fell to the ground. So, no ash. Joe rose a brow. This isn't blade. Mike shook his head, and he twirled his sword. Joe kept his gun up and shot at the other vampire that charged him. He hit the thing in the chest a few times, and it dropped dead. Behind you, Mike. Sam spoke over the comms. Mike ducked, turned, and ran his sword through the man's stomach. The creature let out an inhuman scream as Mike removed his blade and then cut its head off. Okay guys, a dozen men or whatever they are headed down your way. Sam spoke as her blue eyes watched the monitors form the safety of the van. Thanks Tinkerbell, remind me to buy you dinner when this is over. Joseph made the comment as he shot another vampire. Oh, is that you are asking me on a date? Sam responded with a grin. Joe kept quiet as a small smirk spread across his face. Mike turned to notice Joe smiling. He is smiling like a dork, so yes, Sam. Mike replied with a laugh. Or Tinkerbell and Zorro. Billie teased as she used her rope to wrap around a man's throat. The man screamed and tried to shift into a werewolf. Billie tried to hold on, but the wolf used its claws to grab the rope and flip her on the table. Before it could bring its claw down on her, Gerald shot the thing in the head. You are like the opposite of John Wick. Billie chuckled. Bizarro Wick Rev. Sam let out a laugh. Upstairs, Raum and Don stood on the top level looking down below. They watched the agents swarm in and take a few of their men down. The demon's eyes then glanced towards the back entrance and watched the four come in. They are here, just as you said. Don watched from the top of the stairs as he stood beside his master. I know, predictable, aren't they? Raum waved his hand signaling the few men behind him to go after the agents. Do not harm the siblings. They are mine. Raum hissed at Don. Don nodded and made his way down the stairs behind his men. "We finish this today a little, Joe." Raum clenched his teeth as he walked towards the stairs. The demon adjusted his suit and looked down from on top of the stairs. Raum watched the four fight his men and shook his head in disgust. He knew the biggest threat was the judge. He needed to get him away from the rest and kill him, then the others would fall like dominoes. The demon slowly made his way down the stairs. This was it, his last chance to capture the siblings. He knew if he failed this time, he would never be able to get them again, then all the plans would be ruined. Everything from the cult rings, the drugs, as well as Raum's main plan. The plan that involved both of the siblings. Below. "Okay guys, the others are being overrun. They are dropping like flies. Big Daddy D is up top, and his number 2 is coming for you all," Sam explained as she watched the cameras that the FBI had hacked. She was chewing her nails as she watched each member of her team carefully calling out locations of the enemy. The others were fighting feverishly, all working as a team to take out the humanoid creatures that attacked them. Suddenly they stopped and the men began to shift into large werewolves. "Well, this sucks," Joe grumbled and watched them tear flesh to reveal fur and claws. "I hate werewolves." Gerald took the chance to reload his gun as they transformed. Billie glanced towards the Rev and furrowed her brows. "They are the ones who killed my pastor. They also tried to kill me," Gerald explained to Billie as he slammed the clip into the gun. "I say we make welcome rugs out of these mutts." She glared at the four walking towards them. Billie let the rope slip down from her hands and hit the floor a bit. She then began to twirl it, waiting for them to make their move. Billie was terrified, but she covered it up with anger. She couldn't tell if Gerald was afraid or not. Most likely he was enraged and ready for his revenge. These creatures took something from him, and Billie understood his hatred for them. Gerald had faced these things before, so he had experience. She would follow his lead. The other FBI agents were leading out the few customers and casino workers through the front doors to safety. They left the supernatural creature to the others. The agents were not prepared nor skilled in dealing with creatures like that. Some agents were freaking out and were guilty for not trusting Joe. This whole time he was right about it all, about everything. As they dashed out the casino, some collapsed from their wounds. Other agents escorted a few customers and wait staff towards the vans in front. Medics hopped out of some of the vans and ran towards the wounded, while the other agents that stood by filed the others to safety. So far there were no casualties on their end, just injuries. The only people who were killed were of the supernatural kind. That part fell on the Cowd's jurisdiction. The FBI only dealt in people, human people. They had no idea how to deal with anything like this, not yet anyways. If this went smoothly, the FBI would enlarge Joseph's divisions and give him full support. If he succeeded in taking down the demon, it would be the first official case. If not, the FBI would deny everything. Chapter 33. Joe and Mike were back to back a few feet from the stairwell. The agent was out of breath and almost out of bullets. Mick was breathing heavy, but not as bad as Joe. They had worked together and took out quite a few of the werewolves and vampires in the small army Raum had left. Joe glanced to see Billie and Gerald being surrounded by 4 wolves. These wolves were massive, at least 7 feet when they stood up on 2 feet. They had to have had 4-inch claws and fangs, and all Joe could think was how they went from a 5 or 6 foot man to this massive creature. "Guys, It isn't looking good. Sam frowned and watched the wolves. Yeah, tell me something I don't know. Mike frowned as he watched them walk closer. Well, smarty pants, Don is coming up behind you. Sam spoke. Por el amor de Dios. Joseph huffed and checked to see how many rounds he had left. Raum was still up top of the stairwell in the darkness, but Don, however, made his way towards the agent and the judge. He glanced to see Gerald and Billie at the other end of the casino. Looks like we have ourselves a Mexican standoff, Don snickered as he walked around the judge and agent once before standing in front of them opposite the stairs. The wolves waited behind for Don's commands. Dude, you look like a rejected Jason Bourne. Joel laughed a bit. No, Good Will Hunting, Michael added. Saving Private Ryan. Billie added over Mike. Oh, that is a good one. Joel looked over at Michael. Ask him if he's been on Mars. Sam added as she watched nervously from Joe's vest camera. Her stomach was in her throat as she feared for her teammates. The vampire stood in front of the two and smiled a toothy grin. Laugh and make jokes all you want. You are all going to die. He tilted his head and measured the men up. Mike turned to face the vampire and glared. So, you are Don. Hey Gerald, your buddy is over here. The judge called out. Be right there. Gerald called out as he continued to eye down the wolves. Billie was right beside him. Her palms sweating from holding the rope so tight. Your confidence in this situation amazes me. Don shook his head. It is called faith, legend, sangha. Joe added as he also turned to face Don as he continued to stand behind Michael. There is only one way this ends, boy. Don glared at the judge. The two didn't notice Raum walking up behind them, and neither did Sam. The woman was on the edge of her seat trying to watch everyone at once, her eyes darting around like a mad woman. A hand reaches out from behind Joe and grabs his shoulder tight. The grip made the agent almost scream in pain. Joe turned to face Raum, who stood behind him. His dark chocolate eyes widen as he stares at Raum. The demon grins and punches Joe dead in the jaw. Payback from the dance. The strength of the demon was more than the agent could handle. Joseph falls to the ground hard with his head spinning. The demon grabbed his ankle and dragged him off with speed. Don distracted Michael with a swing as his master took the agent away. Michael dodged it and returned his own punch. The wolves by Gerald and Billie advance. Gerald shoots one wolf in the head, and the thing fell dead on the floor. Other jumps to grab the preacher, but Billie lassoed the thing's claw and used her weight to pull. The wolf slides on the ground, and Gerald puts 2 bullets in its head. Raum quickly dragged Joe away from the others towards the emergency exit door on the side of the building. No. Joe has been raptor snatched, Sam screamed in the comm. As she finally caught what was going on. As Joe was being dragged on the floor belly down, he watched the others get swarmed by the wolves. The agent felt helpless as he reached out towards his teammates. Joe tried to get free, but it was useless. I am on it. Mike kicked Don away from himself and then punched a werewolf in the mouth. The vampire flew across the room towards Gerald's direction and on top of a card table. The table split in two as Don struggled to get up. The wolf let out a yelp and fell on top of another wolf. The judge then hopped on a chair waving his sword around, slicing the fourth wolf. He rammed the blade hilt deep in its mouth. Mike then kicked the body off his sword. The judge jumped from the chair onto the tables and did a flip over another wolf. He landed behind the thing and used his sword to cut his head off. He was done playing games. Joe needed him. There was no way he could face that demon alone. The judge then ran towards where Raum was dragging Joe. Sam had to do something. She dug through her bag and found a dog whistle. The whistle was there as a gag gift from her last co-worker, and a good thing too. The blonde then jumped up from her seat, grabbed one of the agent's guns and took off. The 5'1" girl took off from the van and ran toward the casino. Her Converse barely touched the ground, and she ran with all her might towards the building. The other agents were too worried about their own business and people to worry about the blonde. She slid inside the casino building and stopped abruptly. She put the whistle to her lips and blew as hard as she could. The wolves grabbed their ears in pain, giving Gerald and Billie a chance. Billie noticed the wolves in pain and sprang into action. She hopped onto a card table and wrapped her rope tightly around one wolf's neck. She then climbed on its back using all her might to choke it. The rope not only choked the wolf, but burned it. The wolf thrashed around trying to get Billie off the top of him. The giant mutt ran into a slot machine, knocking them over, causing coins to fall out. Billie held tight and yelled as she dug her heels into its sides. The smell of burning hair and flesh gagged her, but she was determined to kill the beast. Gerald used his guns to shoot the other wolves who were holding their ears in pain. The only wolf left, Billie, was taken care of, so this gave Gerald the chance to go after Don. Sam finally stopped blowing the whistle and almost fell over out of breath. Sam held her head as she felt a little lightheaded. She held onto the chair beside her and watched Billie choke the wolf to death. The beast was now on the ground, barely moving and gasping for air. It finally stopped squirming, but Billie continued to hold on to the rope as she stood on top of the wolf. When she was satisfied the thing was dead, she let go and unraveled the rope. Billie gazed up and towards Sam. "Where is Joe?" she asked. Sam pointed toward the side exit door, and Billie took off running. Sam walked over to the wolf and gave it a swift kick. She then noticed the quarters on the ground. She bent down to pick a few up and placed in her pocket. When she bent over, the smell of the wolf gagged her, and she dry heaved. "Oh my gosh, dude." She quickly stood up and walked away from the dead thing, holding her nose. Sam then noticed Gerald and Don staring each other down like an anime battle was about to go down. "Well, this is surprising." Don chuckled as he looked over at Gerald. He brushed his blonde hair from his face and stood up from the table. The vampire adjusted his suit coat as he faced Gerald. The preacher stood like a statue and glared at Don. Both of Gerald's pistols were at his side, but he was out of ammo. This was Gerald's chance to take vengeance for not only himself and the preacher that helped Gerald, but all the people Don hurt. "You had such a good thing going, Gerald. Why did you have to betray me?" Don shook his head in anger. "Betray you? You betrayed me," Gerald yelled. "You deal in kids, Don. That is beyond any evil I could have ever done. Yes, murdering other humans was wrong, but not one of those men were good men," Gerald snarled. "You just couldn't cut it. The others handled themselves simply fine. You are just weak, you and your love and your God," Don hissed. "Are you going to use those?" Don pointed to the guns in Gerald's hands. Gerald raised them up and tossed them to the ground. "Or are you going to forgive me? Isn't that what you are supposed to do?" Don gave Gerald a grin. "You are not human, so no. I do not, nor will I offer you forgiveness." Gerald raised his fists. Sam was behind the bar now, watching the whole scene going down. She poured her some cranberry juice and sipped it. The woman couldn't do anything. She didn't know how to fight, let alone a vampire. If Gerald needed help, she would intervene, but right now she was eating the nuts at the bar and watching as if it was a soap opera. Don hissed, baring his fangs, and rushed Gerald. Gerald braced himself and blocked Don's fist. The preacher uppercutted the vampire's chest, causing Don to stumble back. Gerald swung and made contact with Don's jaw. The vampire stumbled back a bit more before advancing on Gerald. He swung furiously towards the preacher and landed a few punches. Gerald did his best to block them, but the vampire was stronger. The preacher needed to be faster. He ducked down and kneed Don in the stomach. While bent over, Gerald grabbed his head and slammed his knee into Don's face. He could feel the vampire's nose break from the hit. Blood gushed out and dripped on the floor. Gerald then lifted a leg and kicked the vampire's back. Don stumbled back and almost fell over. Gerald advanced again and went to punch him again, but Don caught the fist and elbowed Gerald hard in the face. The pain shot through the Rev, and he did his best not to let the blow cause him to pass out. "Come on, Rev," Sammy blurted out. Don looked up to see Sammy and he pointed towards her. Sammy swallowed hard and blinked in shock. "You are next," he yelled as he held Gerald, who took a knee for a moment. The distraction helped the Rev. Gerald used his elbow and slammed it into the vampire's belly over and over, until Don let go of Gerald's neck. Gerald then uppercut Don in the neck. Don stumbled back, choking and gasping for air. Gerald swung left and right, hitting the vampire's face with all his might. Don finally caught his breath and grabbed Gerald's arm around the wrist. He twisted it and yanked it down, popping it out of socket. Sammy let out a yelp as she heard the Rev scream in pain. Gerald fell over again, and Don used his fist to punch him in the face over and over. Blood sprayed from his mouth and nose and splattered on the ground. Don licked the blood off his knuckles and laughed. "You really think you can kill me?" He let Gerald go and the Rev fell over and tried his best not to pass out. Gerald began to crawl a bit, but Don slammed his foot on his lower back, causing the preacher to fall on the ground again. Sammy was in tears at this point. "Stop!" she yelled at the vampire. The vampire bent down and picked up Gerald by his long black hair. "Oh no, sweetheart, that won't work again." Don laughed as he held Gerald by the hair. "Maybe I won't kill you, maybe I can keep you and feed off of you. For the rest of your little mortal life, you can be my little whore," he laughed wickedly. Hot tears ran down Sam's eyes as she watched Don from behind the bar. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death," Gerald muttered. Don stopped laughing and looked down at Gerald. "What?" He was a bit confused at what he was muttering. He could barely hear the preacher. "I will fear no evil, for you are with me, your rod and your staff," and with that Gerald took a piece of a broken splinter he had grabbed while he was on his belly. It was a large piece of wood off a leg of a chair. While Don was bent over, Gerald shoved the piece of wood deep in the vampire's neck. "They comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life. And I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever." Gerald finished the verse as he stood up and watched the vampire gasp in front of him. Gerald used his good arm to punch the vampire down to the ground. He then took the piece of wood out and continued to stab him. Sammy covered her mouth and then looked away. When the vampire stopped wiggling, Gerald was satisfied he was dead. The preacher left the piece of wood in his forehead and stumbled to get off the ground. His arm that was out of socket was clutched towards his stomach. "Sammy!" He called out for the girl. Sammy glanced over to see Gerald struggling to get off the ground. She rushed around the bar and towards him. She reached out and wrapped her arm under his carefully. She walked him to a chair and helped him sit down. "I need you to pop my arm back in its socket," he grunted as he moved his blood and soaked hair from his face. Sam nodded and just glanced down at his arm for a moment. Okay, she didn't know what to do and she tried not to panic. Gerald sighed deeply and swallowed hard. He could tell she didn't know what to do. "Just pull my arm forward with my wrist," he explained. Sam did as he told her. She grabbed his wrist and winced when she pulled it forward. The Rev let out a yelp as the arm went back into its socket. "I am so sorry." She grabbed a napkin and began to wipe the blood from his face. Chapter 34. Meanwhile, Raum exited the side exit door and continued to drag Joe down the back alley. Joe finally was able to shake out his dizzy state. He reached for his gun that Michael had made him and began to fire at Raum. A bullet hit the demon in the shoulder, and he dropped the agent. The demon turned and let a scream out, showing Joe a glimpse of his true face. The black crow features and deep sunken eyes made the agent cringe. It was the same face he fought 30 years ago. Joe aims and goes to shoot the thing in the face, but nothing. Click click, he was out of ammo. Raum let out a wicked laugh as his face shifted back to the human form. "Well, looks like you are out of bullets." Raum let out a laugh as he dug into his pocket. He pulled out the bullet Joe had tossed him in the forest a few months ago. "Looks like you should have kept this, huh?" He gave Joe a sneer. Anger was bubbling inside of the agent as he laid on the concrete in front of Raum. "You are persistent and dedicated. I give you that." Raum glanced down with a smile. "What are you going to do, chat me to death?" Joe raised his torso off the ground as if he was going to get up. Raum used his foot to push him back on the ground. "Oh no, I have much grander plans for you." Raum removed his foot and stood over Joe. "Let me guess, you are going to tell me in some long drawn-out villain speech." Joe spoke in a cocky tone as he glared up at the demon. Mike finally makes it to the door and bursts through to the outside that leads towards the alley. He glanced in both directions, looking for the demon and Joe. He spotted them down the left side of the alley, and silently the judge made his way towards them. Sword in hand, Mike approaches the two. "Oh, that is far enough, Judge." Raum's back was turned, but he sensed the judge. Raum turned his head to glance at the judge, giving him a toothy grin. Mike froze mid-step and glanced down at Joe to see if he was okay. "End of the line, Raum, there is no way you win this." Mike spoke through clenched teeth. His friend was in trouble, and so were others if this demon managed to escape again. "Oh, I have already won." Raum turns sideways to address both the judge and agent. Villain speech alert. Joseph shook his head side to side as he lay on the ground with his elbows propping him up. "Your higher-up government officials belong to us. Me and my fellow siblings and demons. They belong to the kingdom of darkness and its armies. They work in this physical realm, granting us permission in the spiritual. It is all due to the blood. The blood spilt and used. The blood is a drug to them that not only gets them high, but grants them youth. Look at Don, he is incredibly old and looks not a day over 40. We have a right to be here. You humans played right into our plans and gave us the blood. Blood from sacrifices, abortions and animals alike. Raum hisses and glared at Michael. It granted us a contract, a right to be here. You should know that, Judge. Your kind have been fighting us since it was known as knowledge worship in ancient days. Now it is called my body, my choice, I believe. Even if the humans do some sacrifices in the darkness, more is being done in the daylight as a medical procedure. All that innocent blood being shed is granting us power and free range here. All legal and binding. He snickered. The humans do all of this for us. Some humans are ignorant to what they are doing, but the higher up know exactly what is going on. They do it for power and riches. We, the demons, show up and trade this worship for whatever they want. Silly to you, I know. Why would they stain their soul and face eternity of destination for mere trinkets? It is the ultimate con job, really. Raum pauses and glances down to Joe. This web stretches globally, and our claws are in every branch of government and law enforcement around the globe. There is no way you can stop it, my dear boy. Raum continues to glare at Joe, and then he glances back towards the judge. Not even you, Judge. No. Not you or 1,000 judges. It is a losing battle. Raum glared at Mike and then towards Joe again. We are talking about innocent people and kids, you sicko. Joe screamed in anger. It is my nature, I am a demon, but your own kind are doing this. What does that say about humans? Raum laughed wickedly. It doesn't matter, that vessel won't take much more. Michael noticed the gunshot, and the way the demon was starting to tire, and Panther's blood dripped to the ground. You are right, David Brooks is already dead. He died a few years back from an overdose. That is why I want that one. Raum points to Joseph, indicating he wanted Joe's body for a vessel. Why are you so obsessed with me? Que Mariah Carey. Joe cursed. Little Joe, humor till the end, ha. Here is my own joke. I will be taking not only your body for a vessel, but your sister as well, as a bride. Raum kept a smirk on his face. What kind of Game of Thrones Lannister Hills have eyes mess is this? Joe yelled in disgust. I will have the agent's body who runs the paranormal division in the FBI. Can you imagine the pull I will have? The sway and the resources to cover up the darkness. That, and I will be able to use your sweet sister for the ritual I have been planning for some time. Raum felt his arm going numb from the blood loss. He didn't even notice the bullet falling from his hand and rolled towards Joe. Michael kept his eyes glaring on Raum as he spoke. The whole point of why I wanted you and your sister was for my grand master plan. Raum let out a laugh. The blood and drugs were just a small contact deal. To grow my human slaves and to get my place established here. Now you see my main plan, and you want to listen carefully because I will tell you what I am doing. He paused and glanced at the two men. It is good not to share. I will use your sister in a ritual that will open a portal to allow not only other demons through, but the fallen angels, our parents, free range. Mike finally understands what Raum and the cult was doing. They wanted to open portals to let their fallen angel parents and sibling demons into the world. It started with Crowley and Jack Parsons in the desert. It was called Babylon working. Sexual magic as practiced by Crowley, though seemingly focused solely on libertine pleasures, was sincerely focused on conceiving a divine child. The rituals performed drew largely upon rituals and sex magic described by occult teacher Aleister Crowley. The ritual opened a portal in 1945, but soon closed when Crowley died. Raum wanted to open another portal here. The Space Brothers or his other demons and fallen angels would come through, and the adrenochrome addictive slaves will be just that, slaves, and bodies for the demons. So, let me get this straight. You want to possess my body, have sex with my sister in some sort of ritual. Open a portal for your fallen angel parents and family to come through and take over. Joe paraphrased. Raum gave him a nod, letting him know he was correct. That is the craziest X-Files crap I have ever heard. Joe couldn't help but laugh. Michael, however, was not. He knew this was serious and true. Suddenly the door from the casino flew open again, and Billie came running out. Joe's attention turned to the noise, and his face dropped when he saw his sister. Billie. No. Stay away. Joe yelled, but it was in vain. She walked over, with the rope in hand, towards the three. While Raum's attention was on Billie, Joe used his foot to scoot the bullet towards his hand. He quickly grabbed the brass bullet in his hand and ejected his clip. Our leading lady makes her entrance. Raum was too fixated on Billie to notice Joe loading his gun with the bullet. Let my brother go. She growled behind clenched teeth, and she walked closer. She stopped and stood beside Michael. I am incredibly happy to see you, my beautiful Billie. Raum smiles. I am not yours. I don't care what my great-grandmother did, she shouted. The anticipation was getting to Michael. His sword's leather on its hilt began to sweat under the judge's grip. As Raum continued to ramble on towards Billie, Michael noticed Joseph loading his gun with the bullet. The judge needed to distract the demon so Billie could get the rope on him to bind him. It was their battle. Jude, you talk too much. Mike gave Joe a smile, letting him know to get ready. Raum's attention went to the judge as he charged. Chapter 35. As Michael charged the demon, Raum quickly used his uninjured hand to hit Michael in the chest. The judge goes flying and hits the brick wall 10 feet behind him. His head hit the brick, and the judge slid to the ground dazed. Meanwhile, Billie twirls her rope and tries to hook Raum by the neck, but the demon was too quick. He grabbed the rope and gripped it tight with his injured hand and arm. The rope burned the demon, but he held on. Raum let out a snarl as he began to wrap the rope around his arm, reeling in Billie as she held tight in the other end. Joe finally slammed the clip in the gun and jumped to his feet. He ran towards the demon but was stopped by a hand to the throat. Raum gripped Joe's windpipe tightly and began to lift the man from the ground, squeezing. Billie's eyes widened as the brother struggled to get free. Let him go, she yelled as she still held the rope. Raum glanced back towards Billie and continued to reel her in more. This brings back memories in your bedroom when you two were just children. Do you remember? I do. Only a jump rope and a water gun to fight a demon. Looks like the judge upgraded them, but it was in vain. I will not fail again. He hisses as Billie was tugged closer and closer. Her heels scraped against the concrete as she tried to hold her ground, but it was in vain. Her worried eyes darted between her gasping brother and the smiling demon in front of her. Was this it? Was this the end of her and her brother? All this hard work and training for what? To still end up the victim in this demon's plan. Hopelessness swelled up inside of Billie as she let a few hot tears escape from her eyes. They rolled down her cheek, causing Raum to let out a wicked and intimidating laugh. Billie wanted to just let go and face the end, but something told her to hold tight. Joe tried to fight with all his might to get free, but the grip around his neck was cutting off his air. His body shook and he started to panic as the sides of his sight started to blur. Seconds felt like hours, and he waited for his life to flash before his eyes. All the training he had acquired over the years meant nothing right now. The demon was too strong. Joe wanted to just give up and let the demon take him, but something in the back of his mind, a still small voice, spoke. It was telling him to hold tight. It told him to push forward and fight. Joe grit his teeth and made his eyes open wide, forcing them to focus on Raum. Michael came to and noticed the scene before him. The judge knew he couldn't get to them in time. This was due to the distance he was thrown. It also didn't help that the bump on his head was making his brain spin. So, the only thing Mike could do was yell out to them, "Billie, dummy Joe." He screamed as he tried to stand up. The judge hoped that it would jolt a memory of when the two were training at the agency for the first time. It was when Mike mentioned he could stick a picture of Joe on the dummy for her to hit. Billie remembered the move Michael taught her and she sprang into action. She looped the rope around Raum's neck and yanked him down with all her body weight. The demon let out a yell as the burning rope wrapped around his neck. This motion caused Raum to slouch forward and let Joe's feet hit the ground. Joe kicked the creature in the ribs with all his might. Raum went forward more, and his grip on Joe's throat was broken. Billie looped the rope around the demon a few more times, and with all her might yanked downwards and held tight. Joe quickly brought the gun up, racked the slide back to load it, and aimed the gun to the back of Raum's head. Without hesitation or words, Joseph pulled the trigger. In a millisecond and with a loud bang, it was over. No grand speeches, no elaborate ritual or song and dance, nothing. It was just one bullet to the back of the head. The dead demon slumped forward, causing the rope to slack, and Billie fell back on her butt onto the ground. Joe stood there still aiming the empty gun at the dead demon, breathing heavy. Billie used her foot to push on Raum's body to make sure he was dead. When there was no reaction, Billie let out a sigh of relief followed by laughter as she looked up at her brother. Joe glanced down at Billie and used his other hand to rub his neck. The agent then placed his hands on his knees and took in large deep breaths. It was all over. Michael laughed along with Billie as he laid back down on the concrete. He looked up at the sky and watched a few birds fly by. Everything was still spinning, but Mike was overjoyed that the demon was finally dead. "I am surprised." Michael broke the silence as he turned his head towards them again. "Surprised at what?" Billie asked as she slowly rose from the ground, brushing herself off. Surprised Joe didn't say something snarky like, "I am the law," or Benio's notches. Mike kept a smile on his face as Joe looked up to glare at him. "Kinder hard since I was being choked to death," Joe spoke in a raspy voice. "And, where were you? Taking a break or something?" Gerald's soul easy. "Hey, aren't you going to be late for mowing my grass?" Mike replied, "I will try to avoid getting grass on your price." Joe smirked. "You two, really?" Billie shook her head while wrapping the rope around her arm. Joseph stood up straight and walked over towards Michael. The agent held out a hand for Michael to help him off the ground. The judge grabbed his hand and Joe helped him off the ground. "Crap, Gerald." Billie remembered she left him in the building alone, and she took off running. The men followed her towards the side door of the building. The trio burst through the doors expecting a chaotic scene, but instead they found Sammy wiping blood from Gerald's face. They stepped over broken tables, glass, and dead wolves as they made their way towards them. "Man, it looks like Roadhouse in here," Joe remarked with a smile. "Dude, I am going to keep count one day on how many movie references you make." Michael put his sword away and walked towards Sammy and Gerald. "Yeah, well, I'm gonna keep track on how many times you say dude," Joe mocked. Billie glanced around at the mess on the floor. "Looks like Dracula is dead." She motions towards Don's body on the ground. Joe glanced over and tilted his head to examine it. "I am still amazed it doesn't burst into flame or ash or something." He looks down in disgust at the body. "I thought you were supposed to stay in the van." Mike looked down at Sammy in an almost scolding manner. "Good thing she didn't, she saved our butts." Billie spoke up from across the room. Gerald nodded in agreement. "She may be small, but she is smart." Gerald gave her a warm smile. Billie glanced at her shoes and smiled slightly. Michael crossed his arms and let out a sigh. "I guess I am going to have to start training you as well." He tried his best not to crack a smile. Sam glanced at him sideways. "Do I get a weapon?" she asked curiously. "No." Michael shook his head at her in a playful manner. Gerald kept quiet and watched the two talk. The preacher's eyes then glanced over to Billie as she spoke with her brother. Billie stood beside Joe as they examined the vampire. She then elbowed Joe and spoke to him in Spanish. "I thought you were going to ask her out." Billie grins and motions her head towards the blonde. "Billie, really? We just finished killing the demon I spent my whole life chasing, and you are worried about me asking someone out? One goal at a time." He chuckled. "I knew you liked her," Billie teased. "She is cute." He confessed with a shrug. "Hey, don't forget you were supposed to ask the Rev out." Joe added, "Don't change the subject." Billie hisses. The judge overheard the Spanish getting more heated. He turned his head to glance towards them. Inverted question mark Estás hablando de mí invitando masala. Joe and Billie continue to ramble on. "Yes, ask her out." Billie glares. Mike glanced down over towards them again and then down at Sam. The blonde was watching them speak in their native tongue. "You know Spanish?" Mike asked Sam. The blonde just shook her head and sighed deeply. "No, but he could say tomato soup and make it sound romantic." Sammy bats her eyes and swoons over towards them. Mike facepalmed and tried not to laugh. "What am I going to do with you, Samara?" He spoke from behind his hand. Gerald stood up slowly and began to walk out the building. Sam noticed him struggling and ran to help him out. The siblings noticed the others exiting and they followed. Joe needed to brief the other agents on what happened. It was going to be a nightmare, but he was so grateful for everything being finished. A huge weight was lifted off his chest, but he knew this was only the beginning. It would be only a matter of time before another demon, or creature, would rear its ugly head and start chaos all over. However, this time the agent would be ready. He had a team of friends to face anything that would come his way. Also, the FBI would have no choice but to expand the division to handle these cases. No doubt the Black Files would go nationwide. Chapter 36. The next several days were busy for the group. Billie decided to go back with Gerald to his hometown. She wanted to help him with his church duties, as well as taking down any creature that would crop up. Billie had promised when this was over to get back into a church and work on her spirit, and she intended to. Gerald preached the truth and from the Bible. He did not just make up stuff like Raum did. Gerald was happy to have Billie join him. He wasn't alone any longer, and the preacher even helped Billie set up her own bakery shop in the small town. Billie's dreams were coming true, and she never felt happier than she did over the past few weeks. The two took things slow in their relationship. Dates often consisted of hunting down the supernatural, but Billie didn't mind. It helped sharpen her fighting skills, as well as the knowledge of the supernatural world. The time together pushed the two to get closer in a genuine way, not a fake way like Raum did with his lies and trickery. Gerald was always honest and sincere with Billie, and she admired that about him. He was a man of few words, but the words he spoke were truth. 4 months later the two were engaged. It was a shock to her, but Gerald would not let another love get away. The two just fit together in an odd way. The town where Gerald and Billie lived wasn't too far away from Austin, so Billie still drove to the agency to meet her brother and Michael. Billie often brought them sweets and would stay to catch up with them weekly. Joseph was happy for his sister. Joe also began to work on himself. The agent did not work as much as he used to and relaxed more. The agent took time for himself and even picked up a few hobbies. He learned to find a way to separate work life and home life. To live and not obsess about the supernatural or his job. Joe finally asked Sam out on a date. It was a Mario Kart race off in the back office, but it was still a date. Many more dates came after that. The agent was surprised by the fact that he and Sammy had a lot in common. They both had a love for comics, TV, and movies. She understood most of his reference and laughed at all his jokes. The way Samara looked at Joe was like he was the only person in the whole world. It was cute how she fangirls over him. At times it made him even blush. The young woman was bright, funny, and caring. She was different and Joe liked that. It took a while to get to know her though. Joe had to peel away the layers of shyness to get her to open up to him at times. He often had to snap Sammy out of her own world that she lived in. She was a girl that would get lost in her own head. It wasn't like Joe needed her to complete himself, or her needing Joe to complete herself. Sam just really adored Joe from the moment she saw him, and Joe was slowly falling for a shy young woman. Michael continued to help Joe with the agency. The judge settled down in Austin permanently, as he was assigned to the Black Files division. He was no longer a wandering judge. He was now a liaison to the FBI and the COUD. The two men became the bests of friends, brothers even. They would even argue like brothers. The pair went on cases together and even recruited more agents to the Black Files. The Austin division would also help the other divisions that popped up around the country, and the network grew. Other judges, FBI agents, police and even promising individuals were recruited. The pair had gotten word of a police officer that ran down a few vampires and even booked one. It was amazing since vampires were stronger than your average human. This made Joe and Mike take interest, so the two journeyed to the police station to have a word with the officer. Joe opened the cop card or flashed his badge, and slid into the passenger seat. Before he could open his mouth, Michael joined them in the back seat. "We are here to speak to you about the Avengers Initiative." Michael spoke as he slid behind the two. Joe glanced back at Michael as he continued to hold his badge up towards the police officer. Michael grins and eyes the invisible camera office style off to the side. Dramatic Star Wars music. Mike grins as he continues to look out the window. Is he okay? The cop asked, and Joe pinched the bridge of his nose. Hey Jim Halbert, you want to get it together so we can recruit this man? He glared at Michael. Oh, I am sorry, did I steal your thunder, El Toro? Michael blinked as he turned to face Joe again. I am not sure I want to join. The cop blinked. We can step out and talk if you want. You can just leave him back there in the cage. Joe chuckled. Don't you dare. Michael glares. Oh, why? You might miss your pilot's class. Joseph asked in a snarky tone. No, but you might miss the taco truck. He hissed, and the cop beside him started laughing. Joe glanced at the dark-skinned cop and glared. Oh, you think that is funny, Will Smith? The cop just stopped laughing and glared at Joe. The long pause made Joe and Mike both uncomfortable. Sure, is Jose Cuervo. The cop and the judge both burst out laughing. Joe cursed in Spanish and got out of the car all mad. So here is my card. Call if you would be interested in joining. Michael slipped a business card to the cop and then exited the car. The card read, Judge Michael Bryce, FBI Liaison, The Black Files Division. Author's note. I hope you enjoyed this book as much as I enjoyed writing it. I wanted a Christian-based supernatural series that was as much biblical-based as I could make it. There are witches, vampires, werewolves, and demons out there. I wanted to show how all are evil, and dabbling in the darkness is of the devil. For we wrestle not against flesh but the supernatural. Ephesians 6:12 King James Version, KJV. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. We must not participate or condone these things. We must be separate and not like the world. I hope this book series is entertaining as well as informative. I pray you search the scriptures for yourself. I like to thank the Lord Jesus, my parents, my husband, my pastor, my Aunt April, and especially my friend Valeria. Her and I have been writing for 5 years together, and she pushed me to finish this novel, as well to continue to write others. Our characters are intertwined in this world, so make sure you go and check out her stuff as well. I also like to thank other friends who have supported me, such as Rebecca and Lucia, for helping me edit and beta read. Sincerely, Lauren Landry.